All right, if you can please all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you can remain standing, we have our invocation this evening by Roger Aragon, our police chaplain. He's not here. Well, then we get to say thank you, God, and we'll just start the meeting that much sooner. So let's go ahead and start the meeting. So the first presentation.
Do we need a fourth?
Do we have a presentation on the Bloodhound? So he's going to present them, and do I go down there or I just call on him? All right, Chief, let me call on you then and make the first presentation, if I may.
Mr. Mayor, our chaplain is here.
Yes, please. Everybody stand up.
Hey, started early tonight, huh? I know.
We're actually on time.
I know.
Keep going.
I'm rushing to traffic. Get over here. All right, let's bow our head. Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord. We thank you, Lord, for the city of Santa Ana as we gather tonight for city business. Like always, Lord, we ask for your wisdom upon our mayor, our council members, our department leaders all throughout the city. We thank you, Lord, for we want the best for Santa Ana. We thank you, Lord, for the increase that you're doing, your blessing upon this city. We thank you, Lord, just your hand is upon this great city. We just thank you, Lord, give you all the praise. In the name of Jesus, we ask this. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that. Now you may all be seated. And now I believe we have the presentation by our chief about a new member of our Santa Ana Police Department.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for this opportunity. It is with really a great excitement that I present to you our newest member of the Santa Ana Police Department. This is Rosie, the Bloodhound. She is going to help us in all kinds of different ways. Let me share with you a little bit about how Rosie arrived here. Here at the front of the dais is Dr. Gwen Perry. Dr. Perry has served Hoag Hospital for over 40 years. He's also the former chief of staff. He's responsible for creating Hoag Hospital Community Benefit Program in 1995. He's currently the director of Hoag's Department of Community Health. And along with the good doctor is Rose Marie Ayala. Ms. Ayala was Mr. Perry's administrative assistant for over 20 years, recently retired from the hospital industry with over 40 years of experience. And so together, they were looking for a way to really provide a benefit to a community organization. And with our K-9 Sergeant, Sergeant Rose, the conversation occurred and really just coming together and looking to see how they could provide this asset to us. So this is, Rosie is here because of Hoag Hospital, because of Dr. Perry, and Rosie's name originates from his assistant, Rose Marie Ayala. So thank you very much for this resource to our department and our city. Currently, the Bloodhound teams in Orange County are made up of reserve deputies, and so the response time can be delayed. We are very fortunate, again, in this current situation in that we will have our own resource here, and you could ask, well, why do you need a Bloodhound? Why does a police department need a Bloodhound? You have canines, why do you need a Bloodhound? So we have missing persons, folks with Alzheimer's, a variety of different medical conditions that end up walking away, missing juveniles. A Bloodhound is an excellent asset in locating those folks that walk away. In addition to that, when we're searching for evidence, physical evidence, the asset that Rosie brings in terms of her senses to locate via track scenting is incredible. It's absolutely incredible what she can do. And so we are thrilled to have her. I want to thank the good doctor and his assistant, of course. And now we have Rosie that joins our police department in our city. So thank you very much.
Can you take a picture with Rosie?
Absolutely.
Come on, doctor. Lost Rosie. She's here to sniff, not to take photos. She's strong. Well, maybe that was it. Did you guys get your photos? Or not yet? We're good?
1, 2, 3.
Whistle. All right. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. You're Rosie. So if you were Mildred, she'd be Mildred. Got it. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. Put her to good use.
If I could have Mr. Paul Leone join me and Paul Chow, co-founders. Paul is the CEO of the Illumination Foundation, and Paul Chow is the co-founder of this and CFO of the Illumination Foundation. As they come up here, recently, I'm not sure if you all saw the Orange County Register, but they were celebrating their 10-year anniversary. The Illumination Foundation has been serving the most vulnerable members of our community, which is the homeless community. The Illumination Foundation assesses homeless clients and provides immediate and follow-up care, including housing, case management, medical care, mental health services, workforce services, with a focus on families and those with chronic health conditions. The Illumination Foundation has provided over 2,316 families with housing services, over 1,950 children with educational services, 14,385 with health care services. The Illumination Foundation has also focused on rehabilitation of the approximately over 140 individuals employed with the Illumination Foundation. 30% of the employees were previously homeless, and 15% are veterans. And so, you know, I see here Paul, both Pauls. Paul, please, Pauls, come closer. You know, it's really a delight to, you know, really celebrate their 10-year anniversary. One, because they came into the city of Santa Ana not too long ago, and we're very fortunate that we were able to contract with them in the great work that they're doing. And also their I would say, what do you guys call it? A house, a facility over there by the Willard neighborhood? What do you guys call it?
It's a children's resource
A
center.
children's resource center. If you haven't been by there, which is by Willard, it's pretty amazing center. You know, the amount of work that they're really doing and changing people's lives every single day. And as I mentioned earlier, and these are those children and those mothers, or, you know, that essentially have been on the street and now are being able to get the services and move upward to upward mobility. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, you know, what the Illumination Foundation has been doing, not only just here in Santa Ana, but many cities throughout Orange County and including Los Angeles. I personally want to thank you, both Pauls, for the amazing work that you all have been doing, and hoping that we continue our working relationship with you all, because you all have made a significant difference in the Santa Ana community, and just wanted to thank you for your efforts and what you're doing, and wishing you another 10 years of success. If you'd like to say a couple comments.
Well, we want to thank City Council. You've been really supportive to us, and again, on behalf of our entire board, our staff, I think it was about 10 years ago in March where we went to the armory and saw what was happening there and saw the need and the unmet need. And tonight is a good remembrance of all of our brothers, sisters, our family members, our friends, neighbors who are still out on the street. And, you know, you wake up in the morning and realize that there's a lot more work for us to do. And so we're just thankful that we've come this far, and we hope we can continue to work in the city of Santa Ana and help the people that still need lots and lots of help. So thank you very much.
Paul?
Homelessness is a community issue, and some communities push that problem aside, but there are other communities like Santa Ana that embrace it. So we're extremely honored to be able to partner with the city of Santa Ana. We're kicking off the project in the Plaza of the Flags this weekend together with the Heart Police of Santa Ana and other agencies. And we're really honored to be welcomed into the city of Santa Ana to really help solve the problem of homelessness. So we look forward to continuing to work with all members of the community on this really, really important issue. Thank you.
Thank you to the Pauls, and if you all can come up here as a certificate of recognition to both Pauls in recognition of your 10-year anniversary and outstanding contributions to the community. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Paul Leon and Paul Chad. Great, we could take a picture?
Yes.
Put you guys in the middle of the Paul sandwich here.
Yes.
Great.
Oh, one more. Thank you.
I'd like to ask for the next item, Mr. Tim Houchin to join us up the front, please.
Go ahead. Share the next one with Sal.
So coming here to the front to join us on this theme of serving some of the most vulnerable in our communities, Mr. Tim Houchin from Hope for Restoration. And specifically what we have here, myself and Mayor Pro Tem are going to be presenting here to Mr. Houchin a proclamation in recognition of National Homeless Persons Memorial Day. Since 1990, National Homeless Persons Memorial Day has been recognized or observed here in the U.S., and it serves to raise awareness of those who don't have a place to call home and to remember those who have died as a result of being homeless. The observance serves as a reminder that in a country of wealth, there are people whose life expectancy is shortened due to what preceded and occurred while they were homeless. And unfortunately, over in the not too distant past, there have been a few examples here locally, even in Santa Ana, of those who have been homeless and who have passed away here outside and out in the open. If you think about it, it's just the being in a situation where your health is deteriorating, where you're in a difficult situation, and to not even have a place to be able to rest your head, to not even have a comfortable place to be able to have your last days. And so it's a heartbreaking reality, and I appreciate Mr. Houchin here for all the work that you're doing and for presenting to us the opportunity to make this proclamation. Mr. Houchin is founded Hope for Restoration, and this is one of the interesting things. One of the really neat things is that for some of you might recognize Tim as one of the founders of the Civic Center Roundtable here. On numerous occasions, he came and spoke before council as council was wrestling with how to better serve and support and move folks from within our civic center into a place from homelessness into having a home. And through a number of resources, Tim was able to, he again was one of the founders as a person who was at that time found himself homeless, and now is in a position where his situation has changed. He's now not only in a place with stable housing, but one of the admirable things is to be in a position where your situation is better, and to the point where you don't necessarily just move on your own, but look at what you can do to be able to help others who are in a difficult place. And so I commend Tim, and I thank you for your leadership, your service there, and for what you're doing through Hope for Restoration, and then again, giving us this opportunity to present this proclamation. The city of Santa Ana was the first, and it's great to also see you here standing before us, because we were going to make this presentation a number of months back. I believe it was in the spring, and Tim found himself in the hospital on a couple of occasions. So you look strong, healthy, and well. I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem, she had like to make any comments before we ask Tim to speak, or if you'd like Tim to share, and then you present.
Thank you, Councilman Benavides. And just very quickly before Tim speaks and we present the proclamation, I think storytelling is very important and is also very powerful. And Tim is just a great example of really, because we hear a lot of times when we're dealing with the homeless population that, the majority of the homeless don't want services. They don't want help. He's one great example that resources were provided to him. He was able to get himself shelter and resources, and is now a productive member of society. And more importantly, now he's giving back to the community and is being an advocate for those less fortunate, and advocating for the homeless population, to making sure that they have shelter and that we can provide them the resources here in Orange County. So I commend you, Tim, for standing tall at the Board of Supervisors, standing tall here at the Santa Ana City Council and city councils across Orange County, advocating for a first housing model approach, because it's not an easy one. It's not an easy ask here in Orange County. So I definitely commend you and I thank you. So thank you again, Tim, for what you're doing here. And I know you're going to be having an event. Hopefully you can share that with our residents, what you're going to be doing here in a couple of weeks. Tim, please say a couple comments.
All right. Well, I just want to say thank you very much to City Council. I have great respect for our leaders in Santa Ana, who are actually leaders of other cities. Actually, follow some of the things that Santa Ana is doing. Homeless Persons Memorial Day is a way for us to help the homeless community mourn the loss of their friends and loved ones. But it's more than that. It's also a community awareness event. A lot of folks, you don't hear about people that pass away homeless often, unless they're involved in some type of a crime or infectious disease or something like that. It's a time for us to let the communities know that people are actually dying out here. And this will be the third year in a row, third record-setting year in a row. And this year, over 200 people will have perished without a permanent home here in Orange County. So it's an honor for me to take this presentation, or this proclamation. And I also wanted to say that this will be the 18th. So that's a landmark. That means one more than half of all the cities in the county. And there's still a couple more cities that are in the pipeline yet that we'll be getting proclamations from. But I want you to know that Santa Ana was the first one. Okay? I'm standing up here tonight and I'm telling you it's the 18th, but they actually were the first. So I want to thank them for that.
Great, thank you, Tim. Let us give you the proclamation very quickly, and then we'll take a picture. I'm not going to do all the whereas, as Councilman Benavides did mention a lot of this, so I will just do one whereas. With since 1990, the National Coalition for the Homeless has sponsored the National Homeless Persons Memorial Day every year on December 21st, the first day of winter and the longest night of the year, to bring attention to the tragedy of homelessness and to remember those who have died while living without a permanent home. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council, do hereby proclaim December 21st, 2017 as National Homeless Persons Memorial Day and urge all our residents to remember those whose lives were cut short due to homelessness.
Thank you.
Councilmember Solorio. Solorio has the next presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm excited to recognize some individuals involved with a very exciting reading initiative and early learning initiative, starting with Dr. Rigoberto Rodriguez from San Unified and Delhi Center, and everybody else that's involved with this early learning initiative. Please come on up. I remember a few years ago we had a Reading City campaign for the city, and it was exciting to go across town, and we oftentimes had a book that we were trying to all read, and a key thing for any child is really that early learning. And so I was really pleased to, the other day, read an op-ed that was authored by Dr. Rodriguez about their early learning initiative in Santa Ana, so I wanted to present them and recognize them. Again, this recognition is for the Santa Ana Early Learning Initiative, also known as SAILI. The initiative wants to spark a movement in Santa Ana to promote reading, math, and social, emotional well-being for children ages 0 to 9 years of age. In 2015, just to give you an example of how many children we have in town, children ages 9 years and under, 53,000. That's a lot of kids. It's about 16% of our population. Based in part on that fact and, high poverty rates and other issues in our community, and with the support of the Children and Families Commission of Orange County, the initiative brought over 30 local organizations to organize themselves to promote early learning in Santa Ana. And next year in 2018, they want to continue to mobilize and get more people involved in making sure that we have high quality early care and education. And this is key because studies show that when young children receive high quality care and education, they are more likely to graduate from high school, more likely to go to college, obtain well-paying jobs, and much less likely to commit crimes or to suffer from poor health. We have many ways for the community to get involved, and a point person is Paula Padilla at the Delhi Center, but we have many other great organizations also involved in this initiative, and we, I believe, have certificates for everybody. We have, as I mentioned, from the Delhi Center, Paula Padilla, who's very involved with the Help Me Grow institution. We have Yvette Nunez that's involved with Moms Orange County. Andrea Prong-Dunn is involved with that group, with Santa Ana Unified, who's a partner in so many things. We have Susie here, pinch hitting for Dr. Alfonso Jimenez from the Children and Families Commission. We have Kim Gull and Tiffany Alva, who are very involved. And last but not least, this great writer who wrote this beautiful op-ed, my good friend Dr. Rigo Rodriguez, who is the board president of the Delhi Center and a member of the Santa Ana Unified School District Board. And with that, I'll let him say a few words, but let's give them all a round of applause for their important efforts.
Well, first and foremost, let me thank Councilmember Solorio for inviting us here and to recognize the work that we are attempting to do. This work focusing on early childhood is often something that goes under the radar, but it's really, really crucial. If we want our families to avoid homelessness, to avoid unemployment, let's start investing in the early years. This work cannot happen without the collaboration of all of these partners. I want to especially thank the Children and Families Commission for investing and believing in the work that we're doing here in Santa Ana, as well as all the other wonderful partners from the school district to help me grow, to Moms OC, and of course Delhi Center. I wanted to see if Kim would like to offer a couple of comments as well.
My name is Kim Gall. I'm the Executive Director of the Children and Families Commission of Orange County. That is your local recipient and distributor of your tobacco tax dollars at work. So this fine work is really supported by that initiative, which is solely focused on improving the health and educational outcomes of young children. Most importantly, that this work can't get done without the commitment of all the community partners that hold those precious children as our North Star, making sure that they are ready to start school when they hit their fifth and sixth birthday. So we appreciate the recognition from the City of Santa Ana, and we look to continue our partnership.
And so, again, we don't have the time to give everybody an opportunity, but I want to thank you because we are just at the beginning. We finished our first year of really organizing our work. Our next step is to really reach out to parents and to other organizations, and we'll also be knocking on the doors of all the city council members because I know that young children, kid works, and it's really, really important to everybody. So you'll be hearing from us, and we really want to make sure that this is a citywide initiative. So thank you again for this recognition. We really appreciate it.
We take a quick photo. I also want to announce, as was mentioned, this is a citywide initiative. I know sometimes when we think about children, youth, and students, we focus big on Santa Unified because it's all about Santa Unified. But we do have, I counted the other day, we have about 6,000 students that are going to schools in Garden Grove Unified. If they might be, for example, west of the river. In Northeast Santa Ana, we have a lot of students that are in Orange Unified. And then in East Center, Santa Ana, near the zoo, we have a lot of kids that are part of Tustin Unified. So I'm pleased that this is also a citywide effort. So that's fantastic.
Thank you. I'm glad you say the kids are in the zoo.
Madam City Attorney, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor and members of council, we have no reportable action this evening.
Okay, so as we proceed, I want to call on members of the council, see if there are any items they'd like to pull on the consent calendar.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
19E, 25A, 25B, 25H, 25I, and J. I'm a no vote, so if we can just carry that over, and 25K.
25K you do want to pull?
Yes.
All right. Any
Mr.
other
Mayor,
items by council members?
can you also pull 25L, please?
Any other items?
And I'll be a no on 19C, Madam Secretary.
Yes, and there may be some overlap. I want to pull a number of items since we plan on doing more work at the council level rather than at the committee level. So I want to pull items 19D, 19E, 25C, 25D, and 25Q.
All right, Madam Clerk, you got all that. So first, let me entertain a motion on the balance of the consent
Mayor,
calendar.
if we can have the speakers address the council, because we have quite a few that are addressing the council on various items.
Okay, let's start with Ivan Enriquez. He's got 25D, 25I, 25Q, and 25H. Come on down. And then David Carvajal, we have him on 25B. David, if you're here, come on forward. And then we have two more on 25K. Please go ahead.
Speaking on 25D, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to speak from my experience actually as a parking attendant in the County of Orange. Most parking attendants are severely underpaid, especially those that are working in the city of Santa Ana. I used to work for a parking company that contracts with the county, and although they are paying minimum wage, that is not a wage that is sufficient for a lot of the youth that are being employed. And so I'm very skeptical about where these funds are going. I want to make sure that for those that are being hired by these parking companies, that they are being paid a living wage and that they be paid at least $15 an hour.
Thank you. Can you give us your name for the record, please?
Yeah, David Carvajal.
Go ahead.
My name is David Carvajal. I'm a community health worker and a lifetime resident of the city of Santa Ana. Tonight I'm here on behalf of the Santa Ana Alliance Against Gentrification. We're an alliance composed of various community-based agencies, residents, and some artists that collectively believe that gentrification and displacement are issues that must be addressed urgently in our communities. Tonight I'm here to ask you to question a couple of things on the agenda item 25D. I want us to question the legitimacy of an agency such as Downtown Inc. And how trustworthy they are with an additional $100,000 being added to their clean and safety budget. I want us to remember two incidents, and they're kind of hard to remember, but I want us to remember them. I want us to remember Kim Pham's death in front of the Crosby on 4th and Broadway in 2014, and I want us to remember the woman that was sexually assaulted earlier this year in May. I want you to ask yourselves where the Clean and Safety Commission or the Clean and Safety Program was at. Where were they? The $10,000 that are being added to the already absurd amount of $400,000 is a clear indication that if we continue to fund something that is very obviously a failed and broken clean and safety program, we're spending money irresponsibly in the city. Why continue funding a safety program that has consistently proven to us to be ineffective? I want to make it very clear that more policing never means more safety, and that we are by no means ever comfortable with the amount of policing gentrifiers deem necessary. What we are demanding, and I'm going to make it very clear, what we're demanding is an in-depth financial audit of Downtown Inc. That they are not trustworthy, and the city's money should be handled in more strategic ways. The housing crisis in Santa Ana and across the country is exacerbated when agencies like these, like Downtown Inc., neglect and disrespect the needs of our communities. Know who you are giving your money to. All of you know better. Thank you.
Thank you. Daisy Ramirez on 25K, followed by Roberto Hernandez on the same item.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Daisy Ramirez, and I am the Jails Project Coordinator at the American Civil Liberties Union Foundation of Southern California. I am here to speak on item 25K concerning the agreement with the BOP to provide housing for federal parolees and inmates. Along with Resilience Orange County and Civic, the ACLU of Southern California finds it concerning that the city continues to expand jail-related contracts before the jail reuse study is finalized. Executing a 3-year agreement with the BOP for housing services is concerning, even if only a temporary solution. We want to ensure that such agreements, in addition to the expansion of the U.S. Marshal contract, will not leave the city conducting business as usual or influence Vanner's recommendations about the future of the jail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Robert Hernandez. And Ivan Enriquez, did you speak on all your items? Come on back, because we're doing them all right now. Please go ahead. Robert, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Council. I'm here to express my concern for the expansion of jail contracts, as I have for the past year, specifically the Bureau of Prisons contract. By expanding these contracts till 2020, the city is limiting itself or predetermining the future use of the jail by approving this contract. What you're setting is that you're setting up the ground to keep the jail open or to keep the jail a jail, irregardless of what the reuse study says. Council, what we want to ensure is that with this contract, that there is a temporary, that it's temporary and that it stays temporary, and that you can assure that by including a termination clause as we move forward with the reuse study. So what we're asking for is to not approve this contract until we move forward with the reuse study. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivan, why don't you come on up, please, sir?
I did not have extended comments on the other agenda items, but I just wanted to quickly note, for 25H, I just disagree with the amount of funds that are being used, and I believe that they should be used for youth services and programming, as well as for community services. For 25A, I just wanted to quickly note, I believe it's Aramark. It's a corporation that in the Washington, D.C. area, they were actually mistreating their workers out in several college campuses. I don't know at the top of my head. And I think that was it.
Thank you. Now I have Robert and Ayat Eslin on 13A, 19C, and I believe 25E. Who wants to go first? And now you remember, it's an O.
Yes, Mayor Pulido.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and respectful City Council, Santa Ana Council members. My name is Ilya Tsegler. I want one sentence to tell you why I'm here so many times. The only things necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men do nothing. I'm coming almost every time here for obvious reason. My son was illegally kidnapped and tortured for profiteering. I know that Larry Landauer, CEO of Orange County Regional Center, not under your jurisdiction, as well as director of DDS. I know that not under your jurisdiction, public defender, that just deceive the court with unreasonable court judges in probate court like Hubbard, Mabber. And I know that you cannot do with that a lot, but I want to express my opinion. What you can do, you in charge of Santa Ana Police, you and respectful member of council. It's obviously for 4 years, they have a good, decent people in police department. They are coming, they see what is going on. They wanted to remove long time ago, but somehow it does not work in the department. When I am calling to the police department...
Can you please conclude? And
I'm sorry.
And maybe Robert can continue your concept.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I want to conclude. Should be for everyone clearly that it's abuse, extensive, for money, and police has to work to help citizens and be always on our side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorables, Santa Ana City Council's Robert Seglin, brother of Nate Seglin. As I've stated before, my brother Nate Seglin was kidnapped 3 times, once in San Diego at the behest of the San Diego Regional Center, twice in Irvine by the Irvine Police Department, and in contempt of his judicial order releasing him on his third writ of habeas corpus on December 31st, 2013, he was placed in the Santa Ana 903 South Harmon group home. I think it's unprecedented. I don't know of anybody in history who's been released by 3 orders of writs of habeas corpus, and now he should be, he deserves to be released on a 4th writ, but in contempt of the release, the in contempt of the order denying DDS's petition. They filed it again, and 1 year, 7 months later, after over 100 reports of abuse, and the regional center, and not only regional center, but unfortunately other maybe agencies, maybe more under the county and the city's jurisdiction, like the police and the paramedics, covering up even when he was brought to the hospital, not even concealing those medical records. And of course the public defender, that's outside of your Santa Ana jurisdiction, but this is the board's fault. And so now you have an Adult Protective Services also is allegedly covering up. But definitely, if the public defender is not going to subpoena the medical records to allege with the alleged psychotropic abuse, which you can test, whereas if you want to deny physical abuse, he's lying, Nate's lying, parents are lying, they're telling him what to do, we're lying. Okay, so but the seizures, the EPS, this is something called a test, the scientific method. You might have learned that in school. So this is a test, blood tests, EEG tests, so forth. All of this is concealed, and meanwhile, my brother has been placed on Zyprexa, Depakote. These drugs, Zyprexa, shouldn't be taken for 3 months. They put him on a drug that he shouldn't be on at all for over 3 years, and the alleged deterioration in his cognitive condition.
Robert, if you could please.
So that's why hopefully if the Santa Ana police can be involved in a situation where they can get a medical help, hopefully maybe in the future that would save his life and have him help him to be released and get the information. That would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, that's our...
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I know that's
Councilman
not on our
Solorio.
agenda, but we can make a brief comment. I know our city attorney has met with these two individuals, but we do have a new city manager. And maybe the new city manager could follow up with them and our city attorney. Really, the issues that they have are not the jurisdiction of the city council. And, as much as we are sympathetic and we want, good resolution for you, there's nothing we can do. And maybe there's a more appropriate body, the county board of supervisors or someone else that can help them. But I know our public comments are supposed to be for things that are truly within our jurisdiction, and I think we've discussed various times before it is not. So hopefully we could keep working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, now let me go back to where we were earlier. I'd like to entertain a motion first on the balance of the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye. 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 Those opposed, motion carries. Now, Madam Clerk, the first item I think was at 19C.
19B, I believe, from Councilmember Sarmiento.
But we had C as well, or a no vote from Councilmember Sarmiento, correct?
19D.
Oh, D.
Okay,
19D.
let's go ahead.
A couple of things regarding this item. I know we regularly see a capital improvement project update. I don't know who hears from Public Works or Parks. I know we're making some excellent progress on the Pacific Electric right-of-way park. If we can talk about status with that. And then secondly, I know we see items move up based off of scheduling calendar. I know I and many in the community really want to see major improvements to Rate Street, especially from Civic Center to McFadden general area. If maybe staff now in the future can provide an update on when that might appear on our improvement program and what we might need to do. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. We'll take a look at the newest schedule, make sure it's reflect that project also in this with updated dates.
Great, and I do see our Parks and Rec director. I'm excited about the Pacific Electric Park. I was there for the groundbreaking, and you're making great progress. Can you share with the council and the community what the status is and when we might have?
We're trying to finalize the ribbon cutting. The project is going really well. It's about 95% complete, and Public Works is doing a great job in managing the project. We think it might be mid-January. We're trying to pinpoint the date. We have a tentative draft of a flyer, but that's a tentative date. I think we're going to look for a better date that works for as many of all of you that can attend. So it'll probably be a Saturday at 10. Usually that's what we make. It's either January the 13th or the 20th is what we're going to, but we're going to work with your assistance to find a good date.
Excellent. And as we're adding on more parks, I know we've heard from the public an interest in security, and because we don't have enough park rangers and officers, there's been an interest in more security cameras.
Yes.
Is this new park going to have any security cameras, or maybe for the future we might want to think about that?
In the future, for sure. There are 7, you've already approved for 7 parks. We're working with police department to establish the security surveillance cameras in those 7 parks. They were the parks that had a long-standing history of desire for those cameras.
Yeah.
But we want to do more, and as we identify monies, we'll work on it.
Because I think there's been a lot of support around those cameras.
Yes.
And as we are constructing new parks, it's more cost-effective to bring in all the wiring and the improvements.
Correct.
With a new construction. So,
for sure.
Looking forward to new parks. Let's keep that in mind.
Okay.
And thank you for your leadership in bringing this project to fruition.
Sure.
With that, I move that item.
Mayor, I'll second with comment.
Second with comment. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, if I could have our Public Works just please join us up here very quickly. Fred? Just very quickly, can you tell me how the CIP is funded? Is it funded through grants, or is it, or is any funding come from the general fund? How is the CIP generally funded?
Well, most of the funding is coming from various fundings other than general fund.
So,
the general
would
fund
you say
contribution
that's-
is minimal.
Yeah, would you say less than 1% goes to?
I would say about less than 1%.
Yeah, less
yes.
than 1%.
Yes.
And I want to state that for the record, and I think it's important for our residents to understand that the reason why our CIP and these projects take long, and it's a 5 to 7 year period, is that we are going out, whether it's through OCTA, Measure M1 and M2 funds, or it's through state and federal grants. That's how we're actually currently bringing in new parks or maintaining some of our infrastructure. It's through grants. Less than 1% is being used from the general fund. And so it's important for us to realize that it's going to take time. There's federal and state requirements of how we use those funds, when we use those funds, how we go out to bid. And so, I think every year when we go through our budget process, the CIP is attached, but unfortunately, there are times where we don't really focus on the CIP. And so I want to thank you, Fred, and I mentioned it to our city manager when I met with them last, that there were once upon a time where we didn't have a report like this. And when you came on board and we had conversations and wanting to make sure that we were transparent, you were one of the first persons that said, definitely let's put this together and let's put this on your city council agenda so that everyone can see it. So I do want to thank you for that and keeping us up to date every month and where we're at in this process. So thank you so very much, Fred.
Thank you.
So we already had a motion, a second. So those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Madam Clerk, next item. I think we had 2 people on that one, right?
Yes.
Both Councilmember Solorio and Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. Who wants to go first?
So I pulled it first.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'll be just very quickly. I want to first and foremost, would like to thank our ETAC Commission for bringing this to our attention. And what 19E is really, it's a receive and file, but it's an update to our street median tree irrigation plan. And we're making some changes, short term and then eventually long term. And the short term is that we're going to be using our existing irrigation system to water our trees, and that will be the primary source that we're going to be doing. We're not going to be watering the turf, and that was put on the report. And for long term, I know we have plans, and there's 3 other things that we're going to be doing. And just in the interest of time, and maybe Councilman Solorio will talk about it, but I want to talk about the long term, because it's going to cost several $1 million from us to put a new irrigation system that uses recycled water and not potable water. And that's going to take resources. And most times, again, very little funding comes out of our general fund to pay for projects like this. And so we're going to, hoping our staff is going to come together and look at potential resources and grants through the state and through our different local, whether it's the Orange County Water District or the Metropolitan Water District, or through cap and trade funds. There's various sources of revenue where we can look at getting some funding to get a comprehensive irrigation system. I think it's important. Finally, I think our residents know, we keep on repeating this. We have over 49,000 trees. We have over 200 species. We understand the importance of trees. They not only provide a canopy for shade, but it's also a public health mechanism. It's about placemaking. Trees are extremely vital in every community, and certainly one here we treasure, and we need to take care of them because there are trees that are dying, and we need to do our part to make sure that that we're taking care of them, because more importantly, they're taking care of us. They reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and sometimes we don't talk about that, and so they're very helpful and create oxygen as well. And so that, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to highlight that, but in particular, just thanking our ETAC and thanking our staff for moving us in this direction so that we can protect the 49,000 trees that we do have in the city. And with that, I move.
Thank you. Councilor Solorio.
Thank you. I will second that, but do have some comments as well. I do want to thank the Public Works staff and the Water Department staff for figuring this out. I know, given the drought and the state's mandates on what we can water or not, it created some real challenges for our trees in the medians. And I know there was a lot of public concern about us not watering trees enough and some trees whittling away, so I'm glad that we came to a resolution there. I am supportive of more recycled water systems, but I know they're very expensive. Maybe first through ETAC they could kind of vet that out, but I know these recycled water systems are very expensive because you got to, cut up trees, et cetera, to be able to water trees, for example, in our meetings with that. With respect to the long-term plan, I know the staff, maybe about a couple of years ago, put together some midterm and long-term plans for going to native plants, more hardscapes, and I think it was in the tens of millions of dollars to fully implement that. Maybe you can dust that plan off and first go to ETAC to see what really might be realistic given our revenue sources. And then finally, I know in other cities, I've seen that maybe every couple of years they'll bring the city's arborist to give a presentation on the health of our urban forest, which, as some of my colleagues mentioned, is very, very important. I know West Coast Arborist does a lot of our work, and so maybe it's somebody from that organization and or our city staff, but I think it'd be fantastic to give the council and the public an update on our urban forest. And with that, I want to thank the staff for making headway. And then finally, let me not forget, I know there are residents that live on North Flower Street in Santa Ana that want to pitch in with ideas and some resources to maybe add some plants, et cetera, to green up that median. So in our short-term plans, if we could follow up with them to fulfill whatever commitments the city had made there, that'd be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Vince Sarmiento, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you missed me when I pulled this item and you had your earbuds on, so just kidding. I also wanted to just echo what Mayor Pro Tem Martinez was mentioning. I want to thank the ETAC members that came before us and started speaking about this, and specifically Chairwoman Janelle McLaughlin, and I know, I think it was your committee member as well, Mayor Pro Tem Gil Solomon, and my commissioner, Lisandro Orozco. So in any event, I think that it was a good effort. I wish we would have done this earlier because we used to manually water these medians, and one of our staff, or one of the folks who was doing that, was struck while he was doing that in the median. So this is not only something that's important for conservation efforts, but it's also for safety measures as well. That certainly wasn't the best way to do it, not the most efficient or economic way to do it, but I understand that the gentleman was severely hit. He's recovering. But those things we have to care for our employees, care for our consultants that we retain, because it is very dangerous to be out there. But I did want to say, Nabil, maybe what we could do is we could go to the water district and see what we can do about trying to work something out. To Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion about bringing some reusable water, maybe we look at that Green Acres source of water that we have and channel it here for purposes of median watering. I'm sure it would be an easier way to sort of deliver the water here. So with that, I'll be supportive of the motion as well.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Madam Clerk, would it be 25C or what's the next item? 25A. Who had that?
Thank you, Mr.
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
And so 25A is an adoption of a side letter agreement with the Santa Ana Police Officers Association. Essentially what we're doing, we're giving non-sworn a 2% raise. And, you know, I think I've said it in the past, and on 25B as well is another raise to our SEIU employees, is that I believe all our employees deserve a raise, but unfortunately, you know, financially, the city is not in a good position to be giving raises, and that's why when they offered to give raises to the Police Officers Association several months back as well, I was a no vote. And, you know, the city's financial growth and what we've been growing is only 2%. And not only that, is that we do have potential financial impacts coming down the pipeline. You know, we have Proposition 218 issues. We have a current study underway. There may be some issues and loss of revenue there. We have deferred maintenance. I think our residents come to us all the time about, you know, we're talking about our irrigation system. We're talking about parks, our deferred maintenance in our parks, our city facilities, our equipment, you know, our information technology. Look, in many respects, things are falling through the cracks, and our residents are starting to notice them. I think we're receiving a lot more calls these days in regards to a lot of these issues. We have liability premiums increasing and claims. 68 total claims of 14.4 million. Settlements paid in calendar year 2014 to 2017. Our current premiums is 3.2 and projected to increase by 4.5 million in 2018-2019. Pension costs, I talk about that all the time, are going to increase. And they're going to increase severely, and that is tied to these raises. Our medical and OPEB costs are going to increase up to 9% for medical. Our U.S. Marshal contract expires in 2019, and at the same time, we're doing a jail reuse study. And if you look at, you know, our issues in regards to our workers' compensation, our fleet, our building maintenance, look, there are impacts across the board, and at the end of the day, certainly we move forward with potential new revenue in regards to cannabis. Certainly that's going to come in slowly. It's not something that's going to come in that's going to be able to save our city. We have no other sources of or economic development opportunities. As we look at wanting to bring in more housing and development, obviously, we're starting to hear from a lot of our residents as well that they don't want any more housing because of issues of parking and on and so forth. And so, you know, as we continue to wanting to push to increase how we generate revenue, obviously, we have a structural deficit. We have more, we have more expenses than revenues coming in. And so, you know, with that, those are the reasons why I cannot support any raises. It's not that I don't think any of our employees deserve a raise. I think they all deserve a raise, from our executive management team all the way down, for the work that they're doing every single day. But unfortunately, you know, and certainly I may be here just 12 months, but I've never been somebody that's just year by year. I've always been somebody that has looked towards the future and wanting to make sure that this city's sustainable, not just for this generation, for generations to come. And so for those reasons, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to vote no on 25A.
All right, any other comment on 25A? I'd entertain a motion.
Motion approved. Second.
We have motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye. Those opposed, 1 no. Motion carries. 25B, was that pulled?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and that's the SEIU
Can we
raise.
just start the clock, please?
No, I'm not going to repeat myself. It's the same comments, so I'm a no vote.
All right. Is there a motion and a second?
Move the item. Second.
We have motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion
No.
carries. 1 no. 25C, who pulled that one?
I did. I have a question for the staff, if they can provide some history on this. I know we already give quite a bit towards this program. There's an increase being sought, as well as there's an indication for money to come from this fiscal year as well as next fiscal year. And then I wonder if this is also an appropriation, and if so, does it require 5 votes?
It's not an appropriation. The settlement and release agreement that the city entered into in 2013 provided for clean and safe services, which was $400,000. That was for street sweeping, maintenance, power washing, and security for the downtown. And this agreement was a 3-year term, and that term extended on 1-year increments. So it's recommended that the cities terminate that settlement and release agreement and enter into a new contract for clean and safe services. Downtown Inc. has requested an additional $100,000 for additional power washing and other services for, like street furniture that the city has purchased in the past.
Why did we enter into a settlement and previous to that?
The settlement agreement was because the city disestablished the property-based improvement district, so we entered into that agreement with Downtown Inc.
But it was just a 3-year commitment. Now the city is proposing to extend that?
That's correct.
And why are we doing it now, and why some from this fiscal year and next fiscal year? Why not just put the remainder in the budget proposal?
The remainder of?
The additional $250,000. So it's $250,000 this fiscal year and $250,000 starting July 1st, I believe?
So it's broken up into, so the contract starts January 1st, 2018, and it's for a 1-year period. So it's broken up into $250,000 for this fiscal year and $250,000 for the next.
I think we all support the downtown, myself included. Do we provide similar services for South Main Street or 17th Street or other corridors?
No, we don't.
And why not? Why give preference here beyond the agreement?
Because of the establishment of the Business Improvement District. So they provide the clean and safe program as well as the security for the area. And that's something that, as a city, we can look into, of establishing other business improvement districts along 17th, along South Main, that have been discussions in the past.
And I know we're recommending, or the city's recommending another $100,000 based off of what
Councilman
data?
Solorio, if you can wrap up.
Well, part of the time is them answering, so I haven't finished my time. So can you speak to that?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Why an additional $100,000? I mean, we did the program for 3 years, and I don't see here an assessment of it went well, or our merchants think this, or staff believes X.
So Downtown Inc. is requesting that additional $100,000 because of the increase in the influx of visitors to downtown since 2013, as well as the increase in the transient population in the downtown. So they're requesting a few more additional days of power washing as well as litter maintenance.
Okay, I'm supportive. And I will vote for this, but we got to be mindful that there are other significant business corridors in the city that don't receive these type of services, and we have to be fair to other business corridors as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Benavides?
If that was a motion, I'll second. We don't have a motion, right?
I'll move it.
So the only thing I want to echo is I think we all, oftentimes as a council, speak highly and celebrate, whether it be the Noche de Altares or whether it be the monthly art walks and a variety of other events that take place in our downtown. We're very proud of the downtown. There's a lot of investment that has been taking place, and a lot of culture and occurrences that take place. So definitely I see and I think this there's a reason that we have a business improvement district there, and supportive of the item as well. And the only other comment I want to make is that I think the city right now, we only have one business improvement district in the downtown, correct? Other metropolitan cities have.
That's correct. Like Long Beach has 11 business improvement districts. So that was something we definitely are investigating.
So I would just encourage us on South Bristol. There's you can count and look at North Harbor. There's a number of different other areas where similarly businesses might be willing to come together and provide some contribution to be somehow matched by the city to be able to make them improved and also greater destinations as well. So I just want to encourage that. Good work, both yourself as staff and both Downtown Inc. And I know we have members of the Santa Ana Business Council as well. Appreciate all of your work, your investment, your labor to have quality businesses and to create quality destinations for our community. Thank you.
Great. Just very quickly, Mark, before you go up, and I think we're going to be calling for the vote. Just very quickly, where is this money coming from? Is it coming from the general fund, or is it coming from
so the money's
parking
coming
funds?
from the parking revenue.
So it's coming from the parking revenue,
Right.
and that parking revenue, I think our prior city manager said that those revenues that were being generated for parking in the downtown, they would be reinvested back into the downtown. Is that a true statement?
That is true.
So that's one of the other reasons why we are doing this, is because we're putting the money back into the downtown, and they're wanting to utilize that $100,000 for litter pickup. And that's the other thing I wanted just to have a conversation, is I know we approved the first and second reading on the P bid, but I keep on asking for solar bellies. I know we have we continue to have a litter problem, not just in our downtown, but throughout the city. And so I would just continue to see how can we work with Downtown Inc., work with our city staff to figure out how can we get solar bellies, so that actually really reduces our trash, and having enough of those solar bellies to help. I really believe we need to move in that direction. They are in Long Beach. They are in a lot of different downtowns. They're in Los Angeles, but they're not in Santa Ana. And so I think it needs to be a priority of our downtown and also the city as we move towards wanting to make sure that we're litter free. And with, yes, and Councilman Tinajero?
Sorry about that. First, I think that we've made some great strides in the downtown, and to continue to make sure that it looks very nice is important to our economic development. Is our Santa Ana Business Council, are they getting any funds, or is there any money being allocated in their needs as well?
Not for the Clean and Safe program. They're actually getting funding on the next item.
Got it. Okay.
Great. With that, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. The next item, Madam Clerk?
25H.
25H. And very quickly, I pulled that item, and that's just the metal security
No,
doors.
I had pulled 25D as well. We
Oh,
could
you
go
approved
to the next,
25D?
but
Okay,
D
so-
as in.
Okay, Councilman Solorio, 25D.
Yes, we can have probably the same staff person come on up on 25D. Can you give a little bit of a history of this amount and whether this is the same as prior years or not?
And this is from the parking modernization plan, which is the parking revenue. When the city increased parking rates in the downtown and installed meters, as part of the plan, there was to establish this merchants fund, which would provide new promotional activities and marketing for the downtown. And so this is just an extension of that plan. The plan allocates $100,000 for each business association, and in your packets they've included a budget of how they would like to spend the money.
So it's additional?
It's an additional $100,000 on top of the $100,000 they receive through bid assessments, which is not city funding.
I know in reading that the report it made mention that initially this money was being thought to create a validation program for parking for residents and commuters, and I don't know who made the determination that that may not be worthwhile. My only concern with essentially moving the $100,000 from a validation program to more marketing dollars is that the original proposal would have been to the benefit of residents and visitors to our downtown, which often we do hear complaints that why do they have to pay to park in the downtown, or why it's so much. Who validate? No pun intended. Who validated that there's no need for a validation program for customers?
Those were discussions with previous staff, our downtown liaison, and the two groups. It was more of an administrative issue of how to distribute the validation equally among the businesses.
Right. I mean, that was prior to that, but you're here making this recommendation. So
That is correct.
So you're supportive of
Yes.
making that shift?
Yes.
I mean, I just, that is the sake of supporting our downtown, will be supportive of it, but I do feel that, this was money intended for our residents, and I know we heard comments about gentrification and people not feeling like if it's affordable or we're welcome in the downtown. So I do feel like this is, in some ways, one step forward, but two steps back. So I would encourage the associations to think about fulfilling your commitment
Councilman
about
Solari, you
creating
can wrap up.
a validation program. My final question is, and again on the light, it's some of the staff's time as well. My final question is, can any of these resources be used for suing the city?
Any of the $100,000?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, because and maybe you're aware, I've heard that with respect to the OCTA project and the streetcar project, that one or both of these groups have legal concerns with the city and OCTA on that project?
I'm not aware of that, unfortunately.
Okay. If you could maybe follow up with them
Sure,
and
no
get back to
problem.
us via memo, that'd be
You got it.
fantastic. Thank you.
Motion to approve,
Oh,
please.
second, and I know Councilman Sarmiento has comment.
Thank you, and you can start the clock on me, Madam Secretary. So I want to thank both groups that are here and those that spoke on this item as well. I think that there's a long legacy of why, there are two groups in the downtown. I think they've weathered a lot of the difficult moments that over the years that the downtown has evolved. So I think that this council needs to understand that those that are making decisions about what the downtown should be doing really is left to the merchants, and for them to realize what the needs are. And they're down there. They've struggled during some very, very difficult times. Now that we see a lot of people visiting downtown, we think, well, hey, it's successful. It's it's fine, but it's something that is a constant caretaking. So I want to thank both folks from Downtown Inc., folks from the Business Council that are here as well, and those that spoke earlier about the whole idea of keeping the identity intact of downtown. It's important. I think it's important to both groups that the whole idea of gentrification really isn't a positive thing. I think what we want to do is we want to grow in a responsible way and to be inclusive and to to provide an experience that's going to be good for our residents, good for people that come visit us. I know that we have plenty of events that are regional events. They're no longer city events. People from all over the county, people from all over Southern California come and visit us, and that's a testament to the work that's been done by the merchants. So I just want to say, I know that we've had a lot of impacts on the downtown. I think it was spoken about by Councilman Benavides. That's why these efforts are important, to bring people down. I think we had something like 10 or 15,000 for the Day of the Dead and other events. One of the things I'd like to just direct staff to help us with is, as we do events, let's make sure we maybe not impact the merchants too much and overburden them with events that prevent them from doing business. We want to do good, solid events that are going to bring value to the downtown, but there are some that sometimes just get in the way and burden the merchant's ability to do business. So with that, I'll be supportive of the matter.
Thank you, Councilman Sarmiento and Councilman Benavides, and then we'll call for the question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do want to echo some of what Councilman Sarmiento just mentioned, in that the merchants down there in the downtown bring a lot for which we're proud of here in Santa Ana. And again, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and people who put everything on their line, their life savings, their homes up, to be able to invest and create a business. And part of what this allows, this simple item and action tonight, and what's being proposed is marketing. Essentially, you can put a lot into starting a business, but getting the word out so that people come out. So I echo the fact that we should take heed to what the merchants down there in the downtown, what they know firsthand, what the need is out there, and for them to be able to budget those resources appropriately. I think it makes sense to heed to their wisdom, and the benefit, again, is to be able to see the businesses prosper. It's not necessarily something to be able to, there are many other resources, other sources of funds that we have to be able to allocate to provide resources to the community, to our residents. This is intended to support the businesses that are out there, two different sources of funds and ways to support. So, but with that, I'll be supporting the item. Thank you.
All right, so I believe we have a motion, a second. It's item 25H?
No, 25D.
D. Got it. 25D, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed, motion carries. Next was 25E. H, nobody had?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, very quickly, 25H. I'm a yes vote. I just wanted to thank our staff, in particular our code enforcement. I see Alvaro out there. And what it is that we're moving forward, and we already have moved forward with the metal security doors, in particular with the legal marijuana dispensaries, making sure what was happening was that we were shutting them down, and then they were able to get back in and start business up. Now we're putting those metal doors where they're going to have a very difficult time, and if they try to break that door, it's going to have a very difficult time in doing so, but they will be cited as well. But we are also looking at another property in the city off of Cypress Street where a lot of our residents been calling in regards to many folks, in particular the homeless population, entering into that property and causing a lot of problems. And so I'm glad that we're moving forward with both of these projects, and I move forward with this item, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a second or comment, Councilor Laudio?
Yes, I too want to thank the staff, particularly code enforcement and the city attorney's office for working on this element. I know one additional property was used, but there's probably 5 or 6 places that need these kinds of doors and windows. And I'll tell you that, you know, I've driven by some of these locations, including 25 North Grand, because I get a lot of complaints on the 2500 Grand properties, and with the amount of traffic they get, that's a tremendous loss of sales tax and other revenue to our city. That really, it's a gift of, I mean, it's a theft of public funds that they are doing, and you know, we've let some of these places continue on literally for years, and I think this new system works really well. I know they're on West 17th Street. There are 1 or 2 businesses there that are operating illegally that desperately need these type of windows and doors. So I would ask our city manager and code enforcement staff to stretch the dollar here or find other dollars to make all these windows come up. It's also especially important that given that adult use cannabis is going to be legal starting January 1st. There's going to be numerous businesses that are going to feel like they could start selling cannabis, and it's going to be tough to shut them down. So we got to send the message that it's not allowed. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Any comment? Not those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next item was that, Madam Clerk?
25K?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, 25K is an agreement to provide housing for federal parolees and inmates. On this item, I'm a little confused. I know we ended up moving with the other Marshall's contract, and that's expiring in 2019. Here is wanting to move forward in partnership with the Bureau of Prisons for housing services from a period of from November 21st, 2017 through November 20th, 2020. But as I recall, this city council instructed our staff to move forward with the reuse study, and here we are now entering into new agreements. First, we enter, the Marshall's expires, we don't enter into agreement, then we come back and we approve it because we need the money, and then now here we are again with the Bureau of Prisons, now expiring in 2020, and where are we at with this reuse? And I do see it on the agenda coming up, but it was my understanding that we were going to put a pause. And so I don't know, I'm not sure how we're here now moving forward with a new agreement. I understand when my colleagues approved the Marshall's agreement, that was a different kind of situation, but why are we moving forward with the Bureau of Prisons? So I would ask you, Mr. City Manager, if you can just please share with me why we're entering into this agreement into 2020, knowing that this council had had directed to do a reuse study and how we would be able to have options to looking at what we can do with the jail. And now we're just entering into a contract now to 2020.
Well, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, I wasn't here when that direction was given, and the way I understood this is a routine renewal of a contract that we've always had. It's limited by 3 years. The reuse study will, the item is here before you tonight to give us a little bit of direction to make sure we're going to study the right items that this council wants to get studied. But even after the reuse study is complete, it's going to take time to implement some of these recommendations, depending on which one council decides. So the 3-year window doesn't seem to conflict with any kind of implementation of a reuse of that jail. And also there's a revenue component, and we're trying to maximize this facility is already here, and in the interim we're going to try to maximize this to try to reduce the deficit. The nice thing is in 2024, I believe, we have debt service that goes away, and so it gives us a little bit more breathing room. But it's a 3-year window, and we don't believe that any of the reuse options would be ready to implement anytime sooner than that. Plus, I'm sure that this will have if we really needed to get out of it, there's probably some language that the city attorney can have to allow us to get out of the contract.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to be a no vote on this item. You may have other comments, but just for purposes of, since our city manager wasn't here, I've from the very beginning is saying that we are going to get out of this business, and here we are again agreeing upon moving towards more agreements. It's like I'm not sure, keep going back and forth. You either tell the public that, what, we appreciate what you all told us, we're going to stay in the jail business. I think that's what we need to hear. I think we need to start wasting our time and going out to getting contracts and doing studies to then come back and having agreements. I'm not sure why we continue to waste our time. If you all want to stay in the jail business, just say you want to stay in the jail business, and then let's just not do the reuse study, because I think we're wasting our taxpayers' dollars. And so I just want to just state that for the record, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I've got different thoughts. I'll speak in a moment because I again have a different approach. But how about Solario, then the Sarmiento, and then the city manager? Go ahead, Councilor Sarmiento, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm glad that our city attorney walked in. I just wanted to ask, and I think the city manager had mentioned some of these agreements that we're binding ourselves to are multiple year agreements, and sometimes there are contracts that have an opt-out clause, or maybe we break those 3-year agreements into 3 one-year agreements. Is there a way we can configure or enter into those so we don't breach any of our positions? Because I do understand that we need to remain solvent during the interim as we study, and I think the reuse study is going to give us some guidance on that. But during the pendency of reviewing that, making a decision and implementation, we do need to have some revenue impacts there. And I also know that the reuse study is looking at a lot of different options and opportunities for that asset. But there may be an element or a component or a part of it that remains, some sort of detention facility. So to the extent that we keep our options open, I would just hate to bind us as well. So to the extent you, Jorge, or Sonia can give us an idea that, these are not that they're non-binding, but they're agreements that we can, somehow opt out of or break without breaching.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. In response to the question, yes, there is an exit provision. It's a 30-day exit that the city can exercise or the Bureau of Prisons can exercise. The 3-year agreement is their standard agreement. That's what we've been operating on. So rather than go through the extensive process of trying to renegotiate a custom term and going through the federal process, this provides us the ability to provide the services, but at the same time, the flexibility for the City Council to, at its discretion, give a 30-day notice and exit from that agreement. So we can do that now or anytime during the 3-year period.
Thank you. And so I would just apply this same sort of logic to any other contracts.
And we have.
Okay, great. Well, that answers my question, so I'll be supportive.
Thank you. Councilor
Yes, I have a comment and a question. The comment is I do like that some of the changes acknowledge reentry services, including transportation to reentry services, and with our very high level of recidivism, both here in Santa Ana, the county, and the state, I think that is very good. So I want to appreciate the staff for agreeing to that term. And then my question is, I know the compensation is $105 per day per inmate, but are there any kinds of guarantees of how many or total amounts, or is just as the need is there? If you could speak a little towards that, a little to that.
For the Federal Bureau of Prisons, there is no minimum guarantee for bed space. The BOP traditionally has not been a large tenant for us. I think historically over the last few years, it's been around 10 to 15, 17. So we've hovered in very low numbers with the Bureau of Prisons, whereas the U.S. Marshals currently under the current agreement is much larger, closer to 300 beds total once they provide us all the bed space. So the Bureau of Prisons is the smallest consistent contract, but it has hovered around 15, but there is no minimum.
Got it. I appreciate that. I know later on we're talking about the reuse study. If we at some point do move forward with wanting these kinds of activities there, I would encourage us so that we can provide more services to our city to explore them, bring in additional folks, especially if there's a reentry component. Thank you so much.
Additional comment, Councilor, first Villegas and then Benavides.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So from what I'm hearing from the city manager, this is buying us some time. It's going to be a while before the jail reuse study is complete. I am all for it. I understand that we need to use the building for different necessities. But the reality is nothing's going to happen overnight. And we're going to have an empty building here, so we might as well put it to use. So having this small contract, I don't see any harm with it. And I'm in support of this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Benavides? I don't know that we have a motion yet, but I'd be happy to entertain one.
I'll motion to approve.
Second.
Now we do. Go ahead.
Some of my colleagues already made mention. We have the facilities there. It's currently set up to be a detention facility. There's been previous comments on the financial situation, the fact that we do need ways to be able to incur revenue, and so this is something that's there that we could use towards that end. Mr. City Manager, I do want to also make mention we're here at the point where we have a jail reuse study because the council prior to your being your current position, council did take a position, did direct staff to look at any and all other options with the primary intent of having a reuse of that facility, right? So I'm going to be supporting this item here today. I think it's prudent to do so for a number of the reasons that already have been stated. However, I do want to reiterate that ultimately the goal would be to, at one point, eliminate these contracts and have another use altogether that would be of greater benefit in line with the values of the city and our community. So that's just don't want to state for the record and some of the background there. But with that, I'll be supporting the item.
And then I'll go ahead and speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a jail reuse study that's in place, and I can understand what Mayor Pro Tem Michelle Martinez is explaining, and what she's discussing is a very honest concern that some folks have when it comes to the not so much the approach, but what is the method behind this frame of thinking. Why are we moving in this direction? And I had conversations with folks who said, Sal, it doesn't make sense. You have a jail reuse study, and how do we know? And yet you are hiring these services, and you're hiring them out to 2020. And what I explained was this: I can understand when people have a distrust when it comes to government. I understand that. There's sometimes where I make similar arguments in other bodies, and sometimes I make those types types of arguments here. What I do know is this, is that as a council, we have to balance two things. One is, do we want the reuse study, and do we want to get information so that we can make a proper decision on what we want to do with the jail? But in the meantime, we still have to pay our bills, and we still have to we still have to think about the economics of the city. So tonight, we do have a jail. It is operational. There are people there, and there are certain needs and services that we need to provide. At the same time, we also have a budget shortfall, and there is revenue, just like other members of the council stated earlier. We have other areas that we need to tend to in our city as well. We can't do it. We don't have money, and so we need to try to find every penny that we can find in the meantime while we are doing this jail reuse study. And so I'm going to be supporting it tonight, but that is the rationale that I have behind it, is we're going to continue to keep the lights on. At the same time, we're going to be able to take a look at what we want to do in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Before I call for the vote, I just want to state that I believe if we can increase the numbers at the jail, regardless of anything else, while it exists, while it's there, why not use it? Why not optimize it on behalf of the community? I think part of the reason we got to the point to where we said, well, what else can we do with the jail, is because it was basically empty, almost empty at one point in time, and yet the costs were very large. But now, and Chief Valentine, maybe if you can step forward for a moment, I just want to hear from you briefly, what are the current levels? What were we down to, and what are the current levels? And then when we add this, where will we be at in terms of overall capacity at the jail?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, we are currently at 246 population, and with these agreements in place, we hope to get to over 400. Actually, in terms of what the lowest number we were at, I don't know what that was. Actually, I have my bureau chief here. 126. So we've already added well over 100. And so the idea is to get to over 400.
And this particular contract we're talking about, is it $105 per inmate day?
Yes.
That's a pretty good rate from what I can tell.
Correct.
Is that higher than some of what we've had in the past?
I do not know if that's the highest. I guess
this is the highest.
The ceiling. Yes.
So see, I think that's another important reason to do this. It'll set potentially a new bar as we negotiate with others. And even with 17 inmates, this is over $650,000 that we're going to bring into the city on an annual basis. So, we can keep talking about other stuff, but this, I think, is a pretty basic yes, and we ought to move forward.
Just a quick thing, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I know you guys talk about extra revenue, but you all just gave raises. So this is pretty much going to be a wash. Just when you gave the U.S. Marshals for the $4.1 million, giving the POA raises, that was $3.1 million. That only left $1.5 million left for the rest of the general fund. And now what you're doing, you just gave raises to two different bodies, your non-sworn, which they're going to be receiving a raise, plus SEIU. So you're going to have another wash. And so I just want us to be honest with the public, and because we're saying that we're generating revenue, but ultimately what you're doing is really creating a wash year by year that is not sustainable. And we just need to be honest with ourselves and be honest with the public, because that's the truth.
I think the truth is, if it's a wash, it's much better than a loss or a deficit. And if we have additional beds that are empty and we can fill them up, we should. Why not have an active facility? And then, as the city manager pointed out, in 2024, which is still a ways away, but not that long away really, all the debt service, all the loans that we got to build it in the first place are going to be paid off, and all of a sudden there's going to be more revenue that's going to be free and clear going to the general fund. So with that, let me say thank you. Those in favor, please say aye. 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 Those opposed? No. Motion carries 6-1. So with that, what's the next item? 25L. And was that...
That's my item, Mr. Mayor. Thank
Please.
you. I just wanted to talk about this. This is a lease agreement with a shopping center on the west end. I believe it's on the corner of Harbor and McFadden. And from what I understand, we're entering into this lease agreement because the site where there's a substation, I think substations for our officers throughout the city are very important because it promotes community-oriented policing. You have a presence in different parts of the city where there is some, there is crime related. I'm just wondering, because this is a $2,500 a month lease over a year, this is going to exceed $30,000. And we have a need for substations all over town, and I think there was a discussion earlier about why we were investing solely in the downtown. I want to know, and maybe, Chief, you can come up here, Acting Chief Valentine, you can come up and share with us how many leases for substations do we have throughout the city?
So many years ago, we in fact did move to close all the substations. The West End substation in particular has been open for a number of years, and the city has benefited quite a bit over many years with a zero-cost lease. There was really not a change in ownership there, just a change in the financial picture for the business owner there. And so they've set this price as the lease. The west end of the city is unique in that the riverbed, not only a physical but almost a psychological barrier for the residents that live far on the west side of town. They very much enjoy the services that are provided on the far west end of the city. I was previously the area commander there. They're very passionate, like residents are throughout the city. But that does provide a specific service to that side of town. And so that's what the cost is as of today. Last year, about a year and a half ago, we did actually seek out really just conversations with business owners up and down Harbor Boulevard and along the west side of town to see if there was anybody else that could partner with the city. And at that time, there wasn't.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So my only concern is obviously the west end is unique. West end of Harbor is unique, and the west end of town is unique. But so is the central city. So is South Main. So is East McFadden, where there is a substation where we don't make any payments on that. So I'm supportive of this, and I appreciate the history because I think the substation's been there for about 17 years. And it looks like from the staff report there was some build out and some expansion that was made with infrastructure. So I get it, but I just think allocating $30,000 from one part of town, I know that again, there was a substation in Cornerstone Mini, and that is a very, very difficult part of town. There's a lot of crime, there's a lot of calls for service, and they really did enjoy having their substation there, and it was a need. And there was a relationship and a nexus between that substation and crime. So to the extent that we can make these funds available to other sites and not just exclusively to one, because the need on the west end of town, I think, is no greater than the need in some other part of town that's also facing crime, because it does seem like we have a preference, because there are some centers that have made office space available and unit space available for substations at no cost. So that's, I think, what the premise was. We're stepping away from that model, and if we do step away from it, I'm fine with that. But let's make sure that we start looking at other sites for substations as well, because the need in the city, and we all know we had 2 homicides over the weekend, the need in the city is strong. And so I think that we have plenty of stakeholders, commercial stakeholders, that would step up and provide unit space at no charge.
Thank you.
So,
Councilor
on
Solori.
that item, I echo many of Councilmember Sarmiento's thoughts. The other thing that I've seen, especially in this era where we're still understaffed policing-wise, we have today approximately 58 police officer vacancies, many of them park ranger positions. And I think that the reality is, if you look at crime stats in our city, the vast majority of the crimes are in central Santa Ana or targeted areas. And so all the police resources really are focused in those areas and not necessarily on the west end or the north end or the south end or the east end, and maybe it's through more substations that we're able to make sure that everybody receives their services. I know recently I've been talking to various convenience stores about issues on their properties, and not solely homelessness issues, but a variety of issues. And quite frankly, they say, hey, you know, we call 911, we call the police, but no one ever comes, so we stop calling. And I think if we had substations or a system where we had more police officers in all our city, it'd be to the benefit of everybody, and it's one way of continuing to have a good public trust. But I think because of our lack of staffing and lack of substations, we really have a disproportionate share of police officer resources going to only certain areas, and hopefully over the next few years we can continue to address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to second on this one yet? Okay, well, you now have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Second by Villegas. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now are we on 55, an oath of office?
25Q.
I pulled that item.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, since we want to do more work at the council level, I'm asking more questions here. So this item is regarding the OC streetcar and the right-of-way. If we can have staff talk a little bit more about this agreement, and I know we're soon going to start maybe having eminent domain proceedings. I know, too, we're starting to have some anxiety by folks in the downtown about construction and public notification, et cetera. If we can have somebody speak about this item, that'd be fantastic.
While Mr. Jason Gabriel comes to the podium, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, I had the pleasure of meeting with Daryl Johnson, the CEO at OCTA today. He gave a group of us a very good briefing on his most recent trip to Washington, D.C., where he said 98% of his meetings were focused on this project, and the other 2% were on the 405 freeway. And with the administration, he mentioned there were some challenges, but on the congressional side, there's bipartisan support for this project, so that was great news to hear. And there's, in the House version and Senate version, either way, we're at the top of the list, and if either one of those appropriations gets approved, we have a very good shot at getting funded. So that was good news.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. The original use of right-of-way agreement pertained to the portions of the streetcar that were operating within the city streets and how that was going to be controlled both by the city and OCTA based on how it was traveling through that space. What happened here is that there was a provision in there that said that if OCTA, for whatever reason, or the city decided that the streetcar was not going to operate anymore, there was a number of reasons why that would be the case. Originally, it was that OCTA would give the system over to the city as an option for the city to run it if they wanted to run it. But FTA said that since a lot of the infrastructure was FTA dollars were being used to install those improvements, that the city would actually have to, if that scenario came to fruition, the city would actually have to pay some value based on the amount of FTA money in the total project cost. So it was a requirement of FTA that we clarify that in the use agreement. It's not a scenario that's we're looking to play out, right, but it's an out clause in the contract that OCTA has in case, for whatever reason, that the project doesn't work out.
That's helpful. I had the related question, and you mentioned it, operation. I know most folks up here and in the audience hopefully know that OCTA is now the lead agency behind this project.
Correct.
But I believe that there's an expectation that the City of San is going to pay a share of the operational costs. If you or somebody can let us know what that percentage amount is and what we expect the raw amount to be annually.
It's 10% of the net fare box. So at the time of the environmental process and through further analysis, it was in the $5 million range.
$5 million is going to be our share, or you mean 10% of $5 million?
10% of 5 million, so the 500,000.
So $500,000 a year in operational costs?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe via memo as well, we can get more information on that, because now those are extra dollars. Again, all these dollars in the future that we got to pay out, this is something else that has been unforeseen and that itself will grow over time as well. So if we could get a memorandum on that as well, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. I believe, do we have a motion, a second on this item?
Second.
Okay, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed, motion carries. Oath of office, please.
Have Irma Macias come to the dais, please.
Okay. I, Irma Macias, do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties which I'm about to enter. Thank you.
Now, Madam Clerk, are we on item 50A?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, this is an item recommending place an ordinance on first reading, authorized public title of ordinance reauthorizing the public educational and government fee for state video services franchise agreements within the city. I would entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
Second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item 55A. This is to approve a resolution recognizing the American Library Association grant funds for the libraries. Ready to code the program?
Mr. Mayor, approved with comment.
Is there okay, you've got a second. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to thank our Parks and Rec Director and our library service folks for moving forward with this grant funds to do the Ready for Code program as we move towards the 21st century and educating our youth in regards to coding. I think it's a great opportunity, and they're always forward thinking, and just wanting to thank them for always leveraging our resources and wanting to help our young people move towards the 21st century and preparing them as they move on from elementary, middle school, high school, and on to college. And so I really want to thank our Parks and Rec Director and his library staff for this. And again, I move the item forward. Great.
Okay, you move an item, you have a second. Just for folks at home, this is basically a grant of $25,000 to be used to teach our young kids how to code and computer programming. Mm-hmm. Absolutely brilliant. Councilor Solorio.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Gerardo,
Mayor.
do you want to come forward in case there's a question?
Yes, this is another fantastic program from the library system. I was mentioned, I know recently I promoted this opportunity on Facebook because I think it's literally over the next couple of weeks that these options are available. One of the things I appreciated the most about the flyer and this program and approach is that we unfortunately really only have one full-service library, and that's our library here in the Civic Center, and for a variety of reasons it's not accessible to everybody. We now have homelessness issues, dirty needles nearby, but a variety of issues with that. So I like that we're slowly starting to loop in other community centers for library-type activities there. And I know, for example, we do have the New Hope library, but one of the things that, in my view, still really doesn't differentiate that as a true library is we don't have a professional library cited there. And so I think it would be great as we continue to do library type efforts at other centers that we try to, really grow from one library in our city to 3, 4, 5, or 6, and partner more with the school districts. I think I see Dr. Alfonso Alvarez in the audience, and they have libraries, and I know we're trying to do more and more joint use, and oftentimes kids just need a place to study, but when we offer programs like this, even better. If you could speak a little bit about the services and the sites, because again, I'm excited about the sites.
Okay. This week is officially CS Education Week. It's an international global event, and we are launching our Ready to Code program with Hour of Code activities at the Central Library on Saturday. It was at Jerome yesterday. It's at Garfield, I believe, tomorrow, and then New Hope on Thursday. And what this grant is that it not only teaches kids coding, but it teaches them computational thinking, which is this type of mindset one needs before one even begins to code. And what it does is it also introduces this sort of thinking to activities that young people are already interested in. If it's arts, civic engagement, health, those sorts of things. As part of it, we're going to have a special focus on, in March, for Girls Code Institute. So we've officially become part of the Girls Who Code program, and we'll start a Girls Who Code club in Santa Ana. And then we're also going to be launching sort of a coder dojo. There are a lot of free sorts of coding resources, computational thinking resources that just needs staff and folks to kind of help it. And a large percentage, yes, one of the main thing about this grant is that it is actually sponsored by Google. So it's Google and the American Library Association. So we are getting a lot of access to a lot of Google products and testing out lots of Google items. Another important thing to note about this grant is that it has funds for youth interns to actually help run these programs and lead these programs.
It's fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also wanted to congratulate you. And, it's interesting because we all want more libraries, right? We all want more spaces, but libraries aren't traditional brick and mortar libraries like we used to, or, what we have on as our main library and the New Hope Library. We've realized that there are things like the teen space, right? Or places like e-libraries, right? Where kids go and access information on terminals and computers, and you can reduce the footprint of a library and use unique space. And I think that's what's going to be looked at over at the Roosevelt Walker site. My only caveat to comments that were made, we all want libraries, we all want things. We should think about those when we're allocating funds for other things, right? We can't have everything. So if libraries are a priority for us, let's make it a priority. Let's make sure that we allocate and budget for it and fund it, and see that there is going to be a cost to making sure that we educate our youth, create safe spaces and environments for them to learn. But we have to make that commitment. We can't just say it just generally.
Thank you. So with that, we've got a motion, a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. I believe our next item is 55B as in boy. Okay, any comments on this from council members?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Go ahead.
I simply think that I know that staff was going to give us a report on how we can start looking at how council committees have a nexus to some of their agenda items. That's sort of a longer process, and I think that's something that we can do over time. But maybe what we could do is we could segregate the two. And I know that at the beginning of the year, we always talk about reconfiguring some of the council committees. This is just kind of accelerating that, bringing this to us in advance. And then maybe we can give staff some time to go ahead and see about some models on how we can have a relationship to the agenda items and what the appropriate council committee should be. So that sort of sets a framework for us to kind of revisit that at some future date, and maybe tonight we could just talk about the configuration and the composition of the council committees themselves.
Any other comments?
I just have a question to the city attorney. Is it possible for us to make changes to the committees tonight if we take a vote?
I think the way we've drafted the resolution, we've actually included the entire resolution. If you wanted to consider changing titles, for example, or creating additional council committees, I believe that you could do that, or you could give us direction and we could work with the city manager to bring back yet another version of the resolution. Depends on the type of change. If it's if you wanted to create 5 new committees, then we probably want to bring it back.
If we wanted to change members in committee, current committees, committee stays
That
the
is
same.
before you
Yes,
as
that is
one of
in
the
the
items for
resolution.
consideration.
So we can do that.
Yes, it's actually to confirm or to reappoint. It's to actually confirm the 4 current committees that you have, and then, so that would be step 1, to confirm the committees, and then to look at the members. There must be at least 1 change to them, and once those changes are approved by you, then you can approve the calendar proposed for 2018.
So it's 2 different motions. One is to confirm the committees, and then a second motion is to, or second vote is to
Consider the members.
consider the members. Okay.
And it's then set forth in the resolution,
Yes.
right?
So then I would like to make a motion to confirm our current committees.
Second. Any comment on that
Just
motion?
very quickly with comment, because we're not only affirming the council, but we're also setting policy to the number of council committees a member can serve on. One of the other questions I know other council members brought this up, but I brought more towards a process of how the committees actually function. And that wasn't discussed or talked about, but I mentioned it in my comments. And I know that our city attorney talked about it, and she sent us an email. I just want to make sure that that is incorporated into all of this as well.
Right, and I think we definitely heard the council's feedback, which was to address some of the changes. I think Councilmember Sarmiento spoke to the larger picture questions, and we wanted to do some more research and do more best practices by looking at some other models. So we will continue to work on that. We were asked to bring just this portion back.
Could I get a time frame? When will that be able to come back? Because what I don't want is to have a new composition and then continue the same way we've been running these committees. And I think that's where I've had issue, is that the lack of communication, how things are being presented to the full council, and how chairs of these committees are setting agendas and moving and directing staff to do things without the authority of the city council. I think we need to be very clear that the council committees are simply items that are being brought there are to be reviewed. If any major policy decision is being made, it has to be brought to the entire council for approval.
Right, and I know that we've had a staff conversation, worked with the city manager on issues of communication, jurisdiction, reporting out, and things like that. So I just glanced over. We think maybe about 60 days we would come back with the best practices. Because of the holidays, you also have a meeting canceled, first meeting in January, I believe. So I think that once, maybe the second meeting in January, we
So
could
if
have
I
it.
could accept the friendly amendment, the 60 days will be back with the process.
Accepted.
Do we have to take a vote on that?
All right, any other comment on this?
On the friendly amendment?
There's more comment on the motion. Councilor Solorio?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I am going to vote in favor of this. I know the overall spirit is really just to make the committees work better, and I know just from being here 1 year, I think part of the issue too, every committee is staffed by different people, so every committee operates differently. I know in our committee there really hasn't been any policy that's been unilaterally decided in public safety. Everything has always come to the council that is a formal policy change of any kind. Since the idea too is to have committee members only serve on 2 committees, I do want to request that I be taken off of the Legislative Affairs Committee, because I've done enough of that over the years that I will get off that committee, and I'll just participate more actively here on the City Council, since that is the will of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment by Councilor Villegas, please.
I have a question for City Manager or the City Attorney. Do we have to serve on a council committee? Can I choose just to not participate at all?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so
You do not
tomorrow I
have to
could
serve.
say I'm out.
You could notify your colleagues that you no longer wish to serve, and they
Okay.
could then choose to make a different appointment.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
All right, so with that, Councilor Benavides.
A couple questions. One, for the city attorney, and I know with regard to the committee's idea, the intent is for them to be advisory, for us to be able to address certain issues or concepts, policies, proposals at a committee level, vet them there, and then potentially, as Mayor Pro Tem has mentioned, make recommendations up to council. Because they are committees that are under Brown Act, I know at different times there are challenges with having more than or having a couple of council members in certain meetings. There's been discussion around just the format of committees versus task forces that may not be Brown Act, may not be impacted by Brown Act. But could you maybe address briefly, and perhaps it's something that we can discuss that with the whole best practice that you're mentioning out in 60 days, but if you can touch on that briefly.
Okay, so I kind of take your question two pieces to that. Kind of what are you dealing with? When the council appoints these committees, you take action and a vote to create and appoint the committees. They become formal legislative bodies under the Brown Act, which then requires you to prepare agendas, to have those legal descriptions properly identified, which I would tell you we are challenged at this point, depending on different committees. Some committees do that better than others. We have to allow public participation, and we have to keep minutes. So some of the best practices with regard to that is that we need to do more to make sure that we're functioning as a legislative committee. So in comparison, you can have what's called an ad hoc committee or a task force. And in those events, they do not need to have formal agendas or minutes or these staff reports and things like that, but they don't have the power to actually take action. So that's what I think we want to go back and study and maybe come back with a recommendation to say, these are the kinds of things where we think council committees would serve the city manager well and getting feedback from the council that can then come back to the city council. And this is a time when we think an ad hoc committee would be more effective and efficient. I think we've had some ad hoc committees this year that were very efficient in tackling difficult issues. So that we want to look at those best practices and then come back and see what you guys think. I do want to mention one other thing. Having 3 council members on some of these committees, where that becomes challenging is where the jurisdiction overlaps, because I've got 3 of you talking about some subject matter and then 3 others talking about subject matter, and there's potential for Brown Act violations whenever there's 4 of you talking about the same thing outside of a public meeting. And so we want to look at that issue as well. How would that work so that you guys can actually talk to each other? Because you should be able to talk to each other. But sometimes, depending on what your committees are discussing, you could be committing a Brown Act violation. We're trying to keep you, from doing that.
So thank you for that. I know, again, if the intent is for us to be able to be more effective, efficient, I just ask for you to look at that in the best practices when you bring that back before council. Sometimes it might end up creating more work for staff and maybe just make it so that it slows things down rather than actually, in some cases, just bringing things forward here. And then the other thing that we might want to consider as well is just it's what part of what we're doing right now is kind of looking at sort of how we organize ourselves and somewhat even police ourselves. And something that we may want to direct council or staff or the city attorney to do as well is, or maybe city manager, is some of the comments that we have amongst here, the length of the comments, the items that we're going to be discussing, or even policies on items pulled for consent. And the reason I'm saying that, we're already hearing tonight that we're being given a warning that because we're being reduced, going to 2 council committees, that we're going to be having the impacts of having certain council members speak a lot more, which is, the irony is we haven't even enacted this yet. Today that's been used as the reason for us being kind of the punitive impact. So we might need to kind of look at how we're going to deal with dealing with little kind of retribution items such as that. So again, ultimately for us to police ourselves. So do we?
All right, so we have a motion and a second with an amendment.
Just one clarification.
Please, go ahead.
To the city attorney, and I know we have interesting exchanges and thoughts on this, but a council committee can't take any formal action, right? Anything that we take formal action on has to come back to the city council. The whole idea behind a council committee, like any other ad hoc committee, is to vet an item a little bit more thorough, because sometimes we don't have the luxury of time up here on the dais. And so when a committee brings a matter back to the council for formal adoption or approval, we can refer back to those committee members to maybe get a more thorough explanation or additional explanation from what the council committee's substantive discussion was on it. But a council committee, because it's made up of 3 members and it's not a majority or quorum of the council, can't move an item formally, is my understanding.
Well, right. And technically, a council committee cannot do that. But what we've seen is, and I don't want to go into great examples here, but what we've seen, depending on the different staff for that committee, is you can have a committee come up with an item and take that item very far down the road, including expenditures within a department's budget, including kind of, I call it cooking the cake and getting it pretty well baked before it comes. And I think that's part of the challenge that we're trying to look at. And it may be more of an operational issue where we just need to train staff better, that they can't let that committee run so far away. But we've had some great conversations, the two of us, about how we might be able to address those issues.
So that's exactly what we're trying to prevent here, right? But I just wanted to get the formality of it is
ordinances
3
have
council
to come
members
here,
can't.
resolutions have to come here, large expenditures of money have to come here. The question is, what can those committees do? How much authority does a committee have to order the city manager or to request that the manager do X, Y, and Z before coming back to
Right,
you?
we could have a council committee that could exhaust 90% of staff's time on all committee work, right? So that's what we don't want. We want to be judicious with staff time and staff resources and money and all the other precious few items that we have. So to the extent that we can do that, Mr. City Manager, I think you heard us loud and clear that we'd like to have some suggestions, some recommendations on how we can be more efficient, more effective, more transparent, and abiding to our tenets of that. So yeah, I would say I just wanted to get that clarity before we move the item, and I think you have a motion in a second, Mr. Mayor.
All right, if we've discussed enough, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed? Motion carries.
Is that a confirmation of the calendar and the current
No,
members?
that was just on one.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
isn't that both?
The intent was both, no?
The intent.
We still have review list of committee and approval of the 28 calendar.
Oh, okay.
We just
So
voted on one.
just on one. Okay.
Now, number 2, review list of committee members and elect new members as desired. What's the pleasure of the council?
I'd like to make a suggestion. In public safety, I'd like to make a suggestion that we have Councilmember Villegas, Councilmember Benavides, and myself serve on that committee.
If that's a motion, I'll second that.
Basically, they are suggesting replacing Solario with Benavides on the Public Safety Committee. That's the motion. Go ahead, if you want to comment, please.
I'm a no on that. Plain and simple.
Call for the question.
Any comment from Councilor Solario?
As I really kind of began the meeting, I think since we want to move more in the direction of more activities from the council, I'll just withdraw from all of these committees, just participate via the council as you do, Mr. Mayor. Apparently, some of my colleagues were concerned that I wield too much influence on these committees, and so first they wanted to limit me from not being able to be on 3 committees to 2 committees, even though some prior members had previously been on 4 or 5 committees, and now they don't want me to be on particular committees. So I'll just withdraw, and as I mentioned at the last meeting, I'm going to start creating my own committees and task forces, starting with a Santa Ana task force on homelessness issues, which is a priority, as well as on public safety, accomplish many of the objectives that I already have. So wish my colleagues well on the remaining committees.
Yes, Councilor Villegas.
Mayor Pro Tem served on 5 committees, which is awesome. I think it was great. I don't know why colleagues didn't have a problem with that. Now we have someone here who's on 3 committees, and there's a problem.
Yeah.
I understand that the other council members stated that things change and all that good stuff, but I don't know, I'm not feeling it. And I think it's great that the Mayor Pro Tem was serving on 5. That's, you're very dedicated. But I don't understand what the problem is now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Do we have a...
So we have a motion
And a second?
and a second, I believe.
Right, and just for clarity, I think nobody.
So I don't know what you need.
I think nobody believes that anybody's work is less valuable than others. I think we were talking about being judicious with resources and making sure that, look, if people want to work independently, that's fine, so long as we all understand working independently means not using staff time and not using staff resources. So to the extent folks want to do their own task forces or their own committees, as long as they use their own funds, their own resources, and their own staff, then that is very welcome. But to the extent that we all are going to go out and create our own committees and our own task forces and draw from staff, from publicly compensated and employed staff, that's where I think we could be stepping into a problem. Is that, would you say that would be a problem, Madam City Attorney?
I think that we'd have to make sure that we're following rules with respect to the proper use of public resources, and we would develop those rules. We certainly can't go out and staff a private entity. We do go out and do workshops sometimes and presentations, but we could address that also in the policy that we come back to you with. But we cannot misuse public funds for private purposes.
So based on Councilmember Solorio's comment, I will change my motion to, at this moment, support, we'll still have Councilman Benavides, Tinajero, Villegas. That motion will stay. Are we going to go ahead and take a vote on that, Mr. Mayor?
We can, but I just want to know if there's any additional comment.
Yeah, just a brief one, since Councilmember Benavides has been added to the Public Safety Committee, that would put him on 3 committees, so
and I'm going to make a
he maybe needs to
recommendation
choose which other to get off of.
Yeah, and why don't I just do this? This is probably easier. What I recommend is those individuals on public safety, I would like to recommend Councilmember Villegas, Benavides, and myself to also serve on the joint the Youth Education Committee. I would like to also recommend that for the Economic Development Committee, it be Councilmember Solorio, Councilmember Sarmiento, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, if Councilmember Solorio wishes to serve or not. And the last one is the Legislative Affairs. I would like to suggest that we have Councilmember Sarmiento, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, and Councilmember Solorio, and that would balance it out for everyone to have 2.
Mr. Mayor, I think I indicated before, I'll just have all my formal governing body activities come from this dais, so I respectfully decline.
He's not on any committee.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll second that with the exclusion of Councilmember Solorio.
Councilor Villegas?
I'm a no on that.
So we take.
Are you? So you're getting off committees, or what are you doing?
No. What I'm saying is that I am not in support of Councilmember's motion right now.
Understood. So we have a motion
and a second.
Those in favor?
Just need to clarify what are we then changing the structure of the committees? I missed the beginning.
Yeah. So I'm asking if you will, I'm respectfully asking Councilmember Benavides if you will serve on the Youth Education and Community Service Committee as well as the Public Safety Committee.
Okay, so that's the only...
Those are the only 2 you would serve on.
Okay, so okay, all right, that's fine.
All right, so we have a motion. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
I'm a no.
Now we're on item number 3.
So we have 4 yeses and 3 nos on that. Now on item 3, approve the calendar for those remaining on committees.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion on that? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? I think folks can meet whenever they want to meet. Let them meet away. All right, 65A. This is approve a 2-year extension for solid waste services agreement and review draft solid waste services proposals. Do we have staff presentation, please?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. We have a brief presentation just to give you some background on the history with waste management and where we're going from here. So basically, the program goal is to provide safe and effective competitive price solid waste program, recycling program, maintain the high level of service that residents enjoy today. That include refuse collection at all city events, some of the extras on that, demolition debris cleanup, alley cleanup services, cleanup after citywide garage sales, and also free neighborhood cleanup at various events, and the household hazardous waste collection and cleanup. And we also want to comply with all the mandated state federal requirements in terms of a solid waste collection. Current service provider is waste management. City has had relations with...
Fred, let me just interrupt you for a moment. I just want to know if there's questions from council members, because we've heard this and been over it for a long time. If there aren't, I'd rather just entertain a motion right now, see where we're at.
I'll make a motion to approve.
This is for the 2-year extension?
Yes, this is a 2-year extension.
Yes. I second.
So we have motion and second. Those in favor, please say aye.
I have a comment, just a quick comment.
A quick comment?
This is going to include the coterminous agreement with Ware, I believe. Is it Ware or Madison that has an agreement for the recycled and some part of this contract as well, correct?
That is correct.
They have to come back to us for that,
Yes.
that extension. When is that expected?
Within 30 days?
Within 30 days, we can come back with modification on that contract and adding those services. We just wanted to make sure that if the 2-year extension is acceptable first.
Got it.
Right.
Those in favor, please say aye.
I do have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Before the vote. The RFP item, I know that there was a draft, but is that going to come, I think I read it's going to come separately for a final action in January, is that correct?
We have submitted a draft RFP proposal. It's completed. And we're coming back in January of next year to receive comments from the council, if any, before we go ahead and advertise the RFP for potential bidders.
Because I think there has been, quite a bit of discussion about the 2-year extension. That seems to make sense, but I know I've received some questions about the RFP timeline and what may be appropriate and implementation, start date, et cetera. So I'll meet with you separately, and then we'll continue the dialogue in January. Thank you.
Sure.
I wasn't done with my question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you'd go. Please continue.
So look, I think that from what I saw from the report from the consultant was fine. It obviously supported a continuation with waste and the value that they bring, and I don't think anybody disputes them as a provider. It's just the whole issue that we haven't gone out, as your last slide showed, or as the one that you have. They've been our provider since the mid-'60s. That's a long time. So I think they bring value to the city. I think, we're fine allowing them to continue and to compete and giving staff the appropriate amount of time to go ahead and procure properly. But, there was an interesting recommendation in the RFP that council somehow not be able to communicate with any of the vendors or any of the folks that participate. I just don't know why that is... that was part of the RFP. Was there a problem with somehow not having the council better informed, or having, because I haven't seen that in other RFPs where the council members couldn't have communication with any of the vendors that are participating?
I defer that to city attorney, but usually our practice is not, when, during the bid process, we have everybody have access to staff in an answer that is provided, and not provide an unfair advantage to one of the bidders that are trying to bid on the project. So that's the only reason. And don't get additional information that some other bidders are not privy to. That's the only reason we'll say that, let's just funnel all the communication through one source and make sure.
Maybe I misread the RFP, but it looked like they were trying to exclude council members from having contact or communication with any of those that are bidding. And if that's the case, let's do that with all our procurements, and let's make sure we do it across the board. But if we're if we're trying to aim for a clean process, I don't think that speaking to a vendor, a potential bidder, and getting more information, and I guess educating ourselves as council members so we can make a more informed decision, should be seen as a bad thing.
Would you like to comment on that one? Yeah.
Councilman Sarmiento, Joe Sloan with Sloan Vasquez McAfee. Thank you. This is purely, as is everything in this draft document, it's at your discretion. So the reason that you've been given that document, and we're going to come back in January, is to receive your feedback not only on that issue, but any others that you may have with the document. We highly recommend that you adopt this ex parte communication restriction after the RFP is issued. If people want to contact you and talk to you before that time, then of course they'd be free to do that. But here again, it's strictly a legislative decision. It's one that we recommend, and it is one that I don't know if I want to go so far as to say that it's standard, but it's regular. It's in most RFPs that we've seen in the last 10 years. So,
and this is the largest contract we have before us, right? And this is one that we haven't revisited in 50 years. So,
and that's one of the reasons that we recommend it, is because it's $1 billion contract, probably
so shouldn't we be better educated, more informed, and ask some detailed questions, since it is such a large contract, and it's a contract that we haven't seen before us in a very long time?
Well, if you're asking me, then I would say that that you've hired us for that purpose, that we would be we would be able to explain everything to you in detail that's in every proposal, as would your staff. So between the consultants and the staff, we should be able to address every issue that's presented. And we've actually created a document that will be amended, I'm sure, by council recommendations in January. But we've created a document that is not prescriptive. It's prescriptive in some means. There are some things that are absolute bottom lines that have to be proposed by every proposer, but it also gives the marketplace latitude to bring new ideas and new technologies to the fore. Those are things that we're all very well versed in. We're in the midst of a number of procurement processes, just like this one, not as large as this one, but just like this one. And those are all have those all have these clauses, the other ones that we're doing. But here again, it's at your discretion.
Thank you again, Mr. Sloan. I just wanted to get some logic behind that. But again, what concerns me is that we're removing the decision making from this body and really centralizing a lot of that influence in the consultant. And no disrespect to you or any other consultant, but other regional boards and committees that I've sat on, we're able to have very robust discussions, especially when they involve this much money. So that's the only sort of concern I have with that condition in that term.
We hear that, council member, and we can have a number of different processes that council can be involved in all of these proposals and ask any questions that any of the council members would like, and then we'll bring it back to the contractors and get the answers for you. Even it can be an ad hoc committee to review these councils, the proposals.
Can I just add something here,
do.
Agency Director? I just want, so the council understands, I think what the consultant has proposed is what we would consider in the industry the best practice for contracts of this kind. because it is the experience, and you can easily, any of you can Google this, Google an RFP process for a city contract of this nature and this size, and you will find controversy in the media over it. Whether true or not, allegations, was it handled fairly? So we call these provisions these ex parte exclusions. The reason for it is actually intended to protect the council from those kinds of accusations. But if the council is saying, we have more questions, we want to be involved, there are alternative ways that we could discuss with the city manager about how we may want to still offer some protections to you, but we're hearing that, you know, you guys want to make sure you're not shut out of the process or can't meet. So one of the things, as just as an example, I've done before in these types of contracts is to say, you know, council members, if you, for example, want to have these conversations, we'd highly recommend that you take your city manager with you or a high-ranking staff member with you for your protection, so that if you are asked questions, you have someone to answer. Also, if someone is asserting, lobbying you in a way and making an assertion about the process, that you have staff there to correct the record. So these are just things that we could continue to work on, because I think I'm hearing that you guys may want to be able to at least have some conversations.
So,
if I may just add also.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Tina, head on.
Well, if I just want to make sure you're finished. So here's, I completely understand what you're saying, and I love that when we're removed from the process. I think what's happening here, Mr. Sloan, correct, is that what the staff is going to make a decision and bring us a proposal. That, I don't think Councilmember Sarmiento or the staff is going to eventually choose. They're going to fly, create an RFP, and then bring it back to us down the road. Is that correct?
We're just going to make a staff recommendation.
You're going to make a staff recommendation. So no one up here is saying that we want to be a part of that staff recommendation, nor are we saying that we want to influence you on who do we select. I think that is highly inappropriate. But here's something that is very sensitive to all of us. Most of us up on this dais grew up in this city, okay? I've been here, I'm going on to my 12th year here. And I have received phone calls and complaints for a variety of different things. But this is just me, this is just my own personal opinion here, in my experience. I've never received one call that said that was a complaint about our garbage being hauled inappropriately. So that's just, I'm going to put that there. We have grown up in this city. There is something that we have, and that is that we are residents and we care about this organization. So we want to be able to do our due diligence, aside from the staff, because we do operate in a little bit of a dichotomy, and so that when you come before us with your, whoever you're selecting or your recommendation, we are able to ask good questions. And that's all we're asking. We may not support the recommendation, we may support the recommendation, but at the end of the day, we're prepared because we've been able to speak with different people. So I think that's where, Madam City Attorney, is that we have to find, and I like your suggestions. If you're going to speak with them, bring a city manager with you, bring another staff member with you. I love that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. In fact, I welcome that. But that is a solution for us to have input. Does that make sense?
Yes, so I just want to assure you there will be ample opportunities to provide this recommendation and get council recommendations throughout the process. We'll come back with a detailed plan how we can do that and see if it's acceptable.
All right. I've got some comments as well. I think others do. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the first item, just to make sure, because we are doing the extension for waste management, I'm not sure if the council will get the full support or not, but wanting to make sure that our other trash haulers, and we spoke about this in the past, and so that's not included. All we're talking about here today is waste management, but we do have other trash haulers, and this city council has asked that they also be offered the extension, so it's in parallel. So when will those other trash haulers extensions come before the council for approval?
30 days. In 30 days, we'll come back with amended agreement to this contract.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. The second on the, look, I don't agree with the 2 years. I think you all have had ample time, but I'm not going to go into this long conversation because we've had it before. All I will just say is that I want to make sure, because what the implementation timeline that you have here and what's on the agenda is two different timelines, and it's not consistent. That's where I think I get a little disturbed, is that on a presentation, you provide me an implementation timeline that is nowhere in, the same that's provided on the memo that's provided here in our council agenda. And so I'm not going to go off this timeline. I'm going to go off the timeline that's on this RFCA that says that by October 17, we will have negotiations selected with the waste providers. It will begin, and then we will finalize that process and come before the full city council sometime by October 16th. And so I just want to make sure that's consistent, that that's what we're doing. The other year will be whoever we select. Well, then you all will work on facilitating and implementing whatever trucks and equipment on and so forth. Is that a true statement?
That is correct.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we are good with that. And then my final statement would be, I would just recommend to this council that we remove that clause where it says that council cannot participate, just period. I think we just need to remove it and then find a way and work with our city attorney of how we actually can engage in this process. I do agree with the implementation timeline that is in this memo and will give us ample time. There will be updates provided to the city council on a semi-quarterly basis, so that will be very helpful to us based on your process. What questions we may have, could bring it to you, and if we do decide to meet with folks outside of the dais, I would just encourage our city attorney to work with us to figure out how do we do that. The last thing that I want to happen is that there is any kind of influence in who we choose or force our staff. I think one of the things that I've always been very clear is that I try not to be a part. I don't care who wins this contract, but what I do care about is that the residents get the best bang for their buck. That's what I do care about. I do care about a good process, making sure that we're consistent along the way. I don't mind talking. I enjoy learning from other people. And so every time I have an opportunity to meet with people, I learn something new about this business. But one thing that I have learned over the years throughout councils that I know throughout the region, one or two things could happen when you're dealing with the trash contract. You can either end up in jail or end up dead. And I share that with Fred all the time. This is serious business. This is serious business. And it's a massive $1 billion contract when you add all of them together. This is a lot of money. And so we all need to understand that. And I remember 3 years ago when I decided to go to the Orange County Waste Management and sit on that commission, not that I wanted to, but out of support from William Galvez, I asked them, hey, there's this regional board that's available. What are your thoughts? Should we sit here knowing that this contract is going to expire? And I wanted to be an educated person in regards to this business. And so I sat there for 3 years. And so, I will tell you that I want to vote on something. I did my homework. I have sat on a regional commission. I have done everything I possibly can to move this into an RFP process because our staff deserves it. And so I just want to make sure that we have people that are voting on this on this big magnitude, the largest contract that this council will ever approve, that they know what they're actually voting on. And so again, just wanting to make sure that we're consistent with this. Anything that does change needs to come back to the city council for approval. And with that, Mr. Mayor, those are my comments.
All right, I want to try to get more comment, but then try to bring this to maybe a collective motion, because I've heard a lot of different thoughts that I think need to be integrated. But before we do that, Councilor Solorio?
Yes, just a couple items. I know in the timeline, later in the process, there's some analysis and discussion of Prop 218 and fees. I'd like to see instead that in advance of the RFP, maybe even if it's a memo or a summary, that we figure out what type of 218 fee or issues there are, because some may be then better addressed if we put some aspects of that in the RFP so that the proposals back are 218 compliant, if you will, rather than going through this big dog and pony show, picking somebody, and then doing a Prop 218 analysis. Not that we don't need to do one at the back end as well as we readjust fees if need be, but I think it's important to on the front end have a good assessment of any issues
and
there.
I'm very glad, Councilmember Solari, that you actually even raised that question, because I think we do have some alternatives, and I think I've just spoke with the city manager just last week about a concept that I think is a newer concept to our city and our staff about when you have third-party contractors, whether we even need to use the 218 process. Again, it's a balancing issue. There are some arguments that you may not need to go through 218 if you give the contractor the sole ability to set the rates, but you have a formula and you do annual audits, as an example. It's when the city council wants the ability to be involved in setting those rates that brings in this 218 process. That's going to be a big policy question, I think, and I want to be able to dig into that a little bit more with staff so they can bring a recommendation
and I think
back.
that issue is so substantial, and Mayor Pro Tem Martinez has warned about some of these pitfalls over the last year that I've been here, that I think that whole discussion is so important that even if we need to postpone a final approval of the RFP by another month or two, it's better to do it right and do it on the front end rather than doing it on the back end. So that's my only thought on that item. Another item that I want to highlight with respect to this 2-year extension, because I do feel that there is a need for an extension just because we won't be done in time, is that during that time we really need to do outreach to our residents and businesses to see what services they need. I don't want to just hear, what services, current or possible contractors want to offer, or what staff wants to offer. We really need to do some market research to see type of card, size of card, services. Do we do organics? Do we do styrofoam? What kind of containers businesses want or don't want? And that outreach process really needs to be a robust one so that when we later on are implementing services, that could be mindful of that. And quite frankly, I would have done that before finalizing an RFP as well. And I know I've mentioned that to staff before too, that I'm frustrated that we're going to ask in the near future folks to put a proposal together without asking our community what we want. And so I'm still a little bit frustrated with that, but I think we'll have some time to, during that 2-year process, revisit some of those items.
Councilmember, we're planning to do more community hearing, but we've already done 6 community hearing. We've got input from those 6 different groups, but there are a lot more to be done.
Right. As well as there's a difference between having meetings and getting a little bit of input as opposed to mass, research in terms of needs or items, or I don't even know in terms of what we asked. Did we ask, hey residents, do you want a bin for organics? Hey residents, do you want a bin for styrofoam? And definitely on the business side, I know we haven't really asked folks in clear terms what kind of services we want to offer them. But that's not to say that over the next few weeks or during that 2-year process that we can't do anything. I'm just saying that we need to at some point find that time to do best practices, including what other cities might be doing. Thank you.
Understood.
I think we're good to go.
All right, let me see if I can maybe ask the Council Sarmiento, because I think he began, but could we frame a motion? I think what I hear is that we're talking about the 2-year extension. We want to make sure that other vendors within 30 days, staff will come back with the ability for us to extend for others. And then I heard from Mayor Pro Tem that we want a different process where the council has the ability to participate in this process more directly.
Let me just get back and refine what you said initially, because I think what we also said was that within 30 days you'd be back before us with an agreement for the sub or the
other contract
for the ware contract within 30 days, and that we were going to maybe work on that one condition in the RFP that eliminates council from participating. So I know the city attorney read that loud and clear, so that's part of the motion. But one thing I do want to make really clear is if I'm going to be supportive of this motion, We're not, I mean, what I'm hearing from some of my colleagues is that going out to the community ad nauseum is going to push this way beyond that 2-year limit. That's my fear. And so to the extent that we stay to the timeline that we have, and we stay true to it, that this comes back to this council within a year, so we can make a decision on who the vendor is going to be, and then the second year is for implementation, because that's what we've heard from you. And so that's the only caveat I'm placing on this motion, that if we don't do it, then look, you have to report back to us, Mr. City Manager, how we're doing on this. If we're somehow off schedule, then look, this becomes a disingenuous motion. Then we're being we're violating our own public trust up here. So that's the only thing I would caveat the motion with.
Go ahead,
I'll
City
second.
Manager.
I'll second.
Sure. I just wanted to add a couple of comments. I'm told that staff has done community outreach. We could do a little bit more, but you're right, it would impact the schedule if we're going to take that input ahead of time. But the fact of the matter is that a lot of what has to be done under this contract is heavily regulated by various state laws, which have become more environmentally friendly. That's one. The other thing is this schedule assumes a Prop 218 process, which is the only way I've ever done it. Now, recently, the city attorney has mentioned that there's an alternative to not having to get involved with the Prop 218 process. I'm not familiar with it, and I've never seen it. But it does involve some policy questions that I think we would have to vet up front, and it would impact when we release this RFP, because in one case the council would have control over the rate setting process, and in the other case we're hands off, and you have the vendor, sort of the market, take the lead on that. And so I need to study that a little bit more and bring that policy consideration for your review and consideration. But right now, this schedule assumes a Prop 218 process at the end. So we can maybe, if we want to consider this other process, we'll see how fast we can get some recommendations to you. But then, of course, it would save time at the back end. So it's kind of a wash in terms of schedule. But just so you know, this schedule does not anticipate anything but a Prop 218 process.
Right, but this process includes the worst case scenario, which is going out on a 218. If we were to follow the city attorney's recommendation of not doing a 218 and leaving that formula to the market of the vendors, wouldn't that shorten up the timeline?
It would shorten it on the back end, but it could delay it on the front end, because we would have to come back to you and explain a different way of approaching this RFP.
Right, and I just want to make clear, it's not my recommendation one way or the other, because I really think that that is a policy decision that's reserved for the city council. I just know that this city council likes to have options, and I don't like to just feed you one alternative, and I think when I'm aware that there are options, it's my duty to let you know. So I don't necessarily have a recommendation. I think it really will depend on staff looking at this and asking you what you value. Because on the one hand, the more transparent process is going to be 218, but there's a lot of pros and cons that go along with that, and allowing a contractor that you trust and that you can audit set a rate. There's, that's the way we set utilities through the Public Utilities Commission. So there's like balancing there. I just wanted to make sure you were aware that there might be an alternative. And we've just had so many Prop 218 issues. It came to mind to say it might be one way to get rid of another problem that we've had.
All right. So we have a first and a second. Any additional comment? Those in favor, please say aye. 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 Those opposed, motion carries. So with that, Madam City Clerk, what's our next item?
We have 65B.
All right, 65B. We have, it's an update on the reuse study and direction on prioritization for options. Does staff wish to make any brief presentation?
Yes, we can, Mr. Mayor. On this one here, what I wanted to just mention is it was my suggestion to bring this back to all of you here, because we're at the stage where the consultant that was retained is about to study the 4 different scenarios that are within their contract. And before we have them spend money on this, I just wanted to validate that these are the 4 scenarios that the City Council is interested in having studied. And if there's any additional scenario or scenarios that you would like to have studied, this would be the time for us to maybe execute an amendment and add that, or maybe trade one out. But I just wanted to make sure that before we move forward and spend, resources under this contract, that we were all in agreement that these are the 4 that we wanted to study.
Mr.
Yeah, and I've got speakers here as well. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
I'm just very confused because I remember when we brought veneer here, they asked us for our options. I shared my suggestions. We thought
And excuse me, I think I'm going to recuse myself because I recused myself at the time.
Yes, that's right. Mr.
So here, let me turn this over.
Yes. I'm just kind of confused because we gave direction and certain options. And so what you're trying to tell me that we haven't yet to start the study yet?
Yeah, let me state my reason again. I, at one point in time, was going to work for a veneer on a project. I didn't, but out of an abundance of caution, I don't want any appearance of any conflict, so I prefer not to participate, not to vote on this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jorge?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. To answer your question, yes, we did receive some feedback from the City Council, and we actually received feedback and specific direction to go out and do additional outreach. So we did that. We held a series of additional workshops with 3 groups that were recommended by the City Council. That was with the Comlink group, a general citywide meeting, and then with the Chamber of Commerce. So we did those additional outreach meetings, and we worked with the community. We received a lot of different input on the various items, and that's what's summarized for you in the RFCA in terms of how they were categorized. We worked with our consultant in order to provide the City Council with options. So what we wanted to do, and at the time, interim city manager Kurtz wanted to wait and get a couple of other items completed before we came back to the City Council. We provided the City Manager Godinez with an update on where we were, and he wanted us to come back to the Council and confirm before we continue. Now, in terms of the question, have they completed portions of the jail reuse study? Yes. The first phase, which was the assessment, the assessment portion, at the last update we provided the executive summary, which was the short version of the facility assessments, and it provided the ranking and the scoring, and that's when the council subsequently authorized the plumbing to be updated at the facility. So they completed the facility assessment. We do have that. That will not be a public document. Portions of it will, because it does have sensitive details about the facility itself. In terms of the 4 options and the thorough analysis that would be presented to the council, that is what we wanted to get concurrence from the council, which is the 4 use areas. I'm more than happy to go through those now, or if there's questions, or if you wanted to take public comment, we're open to.
Yeah, just go ahead and give us, and then we'll do public comment before the council speaks.
So in terms of the feedback, I did want to provide to the public that may not have seen the report, the summary of the items into categories. And it really came to 4 categories, which was to maintain some type of a jail facility, an institutional use, and those really revolved around either a homeless shelter or a mental health facility. Community or general space uses. We did hear a lot of input in that particular area related to community centers or incubator space, training space, different space that would be available to the public, either through nonprofits, through city-run programs, or alternatives. And then the last area became commercial activities or partnerships. And this area really came from the Chamber of Commerce, as well as Santa Ana College and the Santa Ana Unified School District, to expand on some of the offerings that currently exist at the jail. And really those revolved around training, but really taking it from what it currently is and expanding on those partnerships to look at options such as a business program where people that are at the facility would receive enhanced training in certain market areas, and while they're in custody at the Santa Ana jail, would receive certain compensation, and then it'd be a pathway to a job when they are released. So part of that is dependent additionally on working with the California Department of Corrections for rehabilitation, because currently all the individuals that are at our jail are pre-sentenced, so they're actually not serving jail terms. So right now, that's why some of the offerings at the jail are restricted in the types of programs, but that would really take it to a partnership level. So based on all of the input that we received input from over 75 individuals. We came up with these 4 areas working with our consultants on what we would ultimately study. And in working with our consultants, one of the areas that we really wanted to highlight is the fact that regardless of the ultimate tenant use, we would still have structural issues that we need to address. So if you wanted to make it, for example, a community center or a business incubator, you would still need to identify the structural changes to the facility, both to separate it from the police administrative building, but then also access. And then the building itself and the conditions, ingress, egress, windows, ADA accessibility, things of that nature. So regardless of what the tenant improvements would be, the facility enhancements and accessibility would first need to be addressed. So in order to maximize, rather than to limit, and to tell the city council that it should be a community space, or it should be a library, or it should be whatever the specific use, we wanted to instead provide categories that then in the future, if the city council provided specific direction on an item, then we could further discuss what those tenant improvements would look like and the build out scenarios if it was decided that the facility would be converted to something other than a jail. So in that, we have these 4 categories. The first is a jail reuse, rehabilitation, or transitional option. So that's kind of the encompassing of keep it as a jail facility. The second would be to look at commercial options, for example, a data center. The third would be an institutional use, a homeless shelter, or a mental health facility. And then the fourth would be that broad community or general use. So with those 4 categories, that is what we're proposing to have our consultant do the full analysis. And the full analysis would include a detailed description of what those options would look like, the fiscal analysis, and consultant recommendations. Within that, there would be subcategories. So for example, what would the ongoing operational costs be for that type of category of use? What would the initial one-time investments be in order to convert the facility? So those are the types of things that the consultant would be pursuing. This would not be an engineering exercise at the end of the report. It's really what are the options available to the city council. If we do change the use, if the direction from the city council is to change it, once we had a specific direction, then we would have to look at an environmental and an engineering exercise.
Just based on what you're saying, it just seems like the police building, the jail is obsolete. It was just made for one purpose, and essentially there's a lot of issues from ADA and on and so forth. But again, it's, whoever decided to plan and build a jail like that wasn't thinking into the future. And I think it's important for us, whatever infrastructure we build, that we can't just think about today. We got to think about future uses in the future and looking towards the future and how we plan. And I think, lost opportunity, because definitely things always do change and evolve. But again, we're just very focused and stuck on the past. And you get what you build based on policies that and direction that's given prior to, of course, me being on this council. And so.
Correct. And to your point, it was designed and built as a jail, and moreover designed and built as one unit with the police administration.
Correct.
It was never designed to segregate all of the mechanical equipment, electrical, plumbing, HVAC is all one system.
Correct.
So there would be loss of economies of scale in
agreed.
separating the building and doing some different things. It's not that it's not possible. Our consultants have made it very clear. It is feasible to do. It's just going to come at a cost.
Correct.
It was designed as a jail, and it can operate as a jail. Now, within that, there's a lot of different things that we can do. We can pursue existing contracts and continue to use the model that has been in place since 1997. Or we can look at a new structure. As I did mention, the Chamber of Commerce was very interested in looking at different partnerships if we do switch the configuration of the jail. And just because it operates right now as a 512-bed facility does not mean that that needs to operate that way in the future. Those are policy decisions for the City Council.
Great, thank you, Horace. We're going to do public comment and then bring it back to the City Council.
Just going to make a comment, but that's okay.
Yeah, just let me get public comment real quickly. Robert Herrera, followed by by Tina Shaw and Daisy Ramirez.
Hello, Council, and that's great that the jail was created in the 90s with the rise, the narrative that there was a rise in crime, and that's where we invested a lot of our money, and we should have invested in youth at that time. So, Council, I'm here to remind you of your commitment to phase out of the jail business model. The ICE contract, as well as the U.S. Marshals Service, as well as the Bureau of Prisons contracts, showcase that the jail operates on a for-profit model, and not the assumption that it addresses public safety in a cost-efficient way. To reiterate, expansion of these contracts are unsustainable for the city and will lead it closer to bankruptcy. Outside of being a disastrous public safety solution, this bad business leaves us in a yearly deficit. Furthermore, this jail currently carries no public or community benefit the residents and taxpayers of Santana are paying for. The people detained there through these federal contracts are through federal contracts and not people who are arrested locally. What we are doing is burning and mismanaging taxpayer dollars, but it seems some of you on the council are okay with letting that happen. Council, as we move forward with this reuse study, we urge you to prioritize community-based reuse options, ones that will have a public benefit, something taxpayers deserve. Civic, one of the original bidders of the RFQ, is underway and almost complete with their independent reuse study. Tonight, we urge you to agendize the independent community-based study Civic is doing and compare results when presented with Veneer's study. You should have all the information available before you make an informed decision, one that we hope creates the biggest impact and public benefit for our taxpayers and residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina, followed by Daisy.
Hello, I'm Tina Scholl, and I'm a staff member at Civic Community Initiatives for Visiting Immigrants in Confinement. I'm also a longtime resident of Orange County. As we've expressed to the city many times since the jail reuse contract was awarded to Veneer, a jail reuse study without a study on the conditions of confinement for people in the jail is not a true jail reuse study. Civic has obtained private funding to conduct an independent community-based report to Veneer's jail reuse study to help the city make a truly informed decision. We will be releasing the study in January, but we're extremely disturbed by the evidence we have already obtained on the jail. There's a lengthy and disturbing history of inhumane conditions at the jail. To learn more about the conditions of confinement and determine how responsive the facility has been to those complaints, Civic filed a public record request with the city. Your city's jail's own data on grievances paint a chilling portrait of conditions inside the facility. The most common grievance submitted by people detained at the Santa Ana City Jail from 2014 to 2017 was inadequate medical care. For example, the medical unit found 2 masses on the right breast of a woman inmate and another mass on her left breast. The medical department told her that the masses are not malignant, which they could not say without any certainty because they refused to biopsy them. Other issues include prolonged solitary confinement. One person was held in solitary for 11 months and experienced audible hallucinations and muscle atrophy. The food service is also awful and may even violate the constitutional rights of some inmates. For example, a vegetarian person was provided with a kosher diet of meat and explained that he is, quote, starving. Many people said they've lost weight because of insufficient meal sizes. Both inmates and auditors have expressed concern that the food service workers are not given proper equipment or training. Workers in the kitchen do not always cover their hair, for example, and sometimes wear the same gloves for handling food and taking out the trash. This is just a very small portion of the conditions of the 26-page report that we have so far on the conditions at the jail. In light of this information, we urge you to consider the independent community-based jail reuse study and to agendize and compare the results of the city study with our own. There are many exciting ways that the jail could be reused. Other cities have turned former jails into buildings that serve them, into sustainable indoor farms, for example, and education centers. Santa Ana can be one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Daisy?
Good evening. Again, my name is Daisy Ramirez. I am the jails project coordinator at the American Civil Liberties Union. And then just to echo some of the things that were already mentioned and to touch on Veneer's study. So Veneer's condition assessment, which has already been completed, focuses solely on the mechanical and physical components of the jail. The study thus far fails to examine conditions for physical security, medical care, mental health care, and living environment. Adequate mechanical and physical components alone do not ensure that folks who are currently confined in the jail have access to a basic standard of care. We urge the council to prioritize alternative uses that will benefit the community at large. We believe that a community-centered option can also be profitable if we think outside of the box. Doing so requires that the city listen to what the community needs. As a construction company, Veneer's aim is to construct. They are not equipped to look at alternatives, examine population management, or conduct community engagement. Furthermore, additional outreach conducted by the city fell short of engagement. For example, the first meeting, although well attended, did not provide a space conducive to workshopping ideas and garnering community input. The second meeting was not open to the public at large, and the third meeting was attended by less than 5 people. Again, we urge that you all commit to get out of the jail business and prioritize options such as a community general use space and do away with any option to maintain the space as a jail. We further recommend that the city agendize civic shadow study and consult with folks leading model efforts to repurpose jail facilities nationwide and internationally. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. So I'm bringing it back to this city council, and I know Councilman Villegas, you had a question.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. Just a comment here. So, the jail was built back in, 20-something years ago, back in the 90s. It was built because the county had not expanded its jail facility, and so the city of Santa Ana had to do something. Excuse me. And, their thinking was different, the vision was different, and, whatever happened then happened. It's here now. A jail has to be secured. That's why it's built like that. It's concrete and steel. So any kind of reuse, it's going to have to be something where it's secure, like the data center. I think we spoke about it, that a data center being there needs to be secured. It needs to have, it needs to be protected. So a facility like that would help, but every city does need a small holding facility to maintain for the jail, because you have to have a booking area. You can't just be using, the county for everything. You need to have something. But so that's what's going on, and that's why it's going to cost so much if you want to change it. And like Jorge here, thank you very much for your information. It's going to be difficult. I mean, to try to knock this down, it's going to cost a whole lot of money. So we'll have to really, really pay attention and see what we can do to change it, what we can use it for. But it's made to keep people from escaping, and so that's why it's very secured, and that's why it took a lot of money to put it in there. So, but the good news is we'll be done paying it off in a few years, and that includes the money for the parking structure. Is that correct? The parking structure across the street from the facility?
It's the police department's parking structure, not the
police parking, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. All right, well, thank you very much. And that was just a comment I had. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem
Great,
Martinez.
You're welcome. Any more comments? Councilman Sarmiento?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you to staff for that presentation. I think what you all need is, just some basic guidance and maybe any input that we may be able to share. I think a lot of us gave you a lot on the front end. I think we're proceeding down a path that's important, and I'm having a senior moment right now because I know that I've seen a jail, and I'm not sure if it's in San Francisco or if it's in Washington, where they converted it into a hotel. It's a really neat site, and it was a jail that was built in the 20s or 30s. It might have been Boston, but it sits in a very affluent part of the city, and they thought, well, what's a jail doing here, right? So they ended up converting it and turning it into a hotel. They probably don't have bars on there anymore, but they somehow reconfigured it. The challenge for us and the challenge for our consultant and staff is going to be, we still have an ongoing debt at this asset. So, I'd like to see something other than, a 512-bed detention facility. And I think we, at the time that it was built, look, I'm not going to second guess the policymakers that did it, but we do need something for the city to be able to process folks who do commit crime. We're blessed by having the county here as well, and hopefully they're going to improve their facilities so we can use them. If they weren't here and we weren't the county seat and they didn't have the facility here, we'd have very few options of where to place our detainees. But I think, again, the looming sort of difficult part is we want to be creative with the space, but we also want to be mindful that if we do something that's not going to generate revenue, how do we address that, right? So we have to find something that we believe is going to be a good, responsible use, while at the same time being able to pay that debt service that we have for at least another, I think we've got another 6 or 7 years left on that. So that's the important challenge, and that's the difficulty that we're going to have. So with that, I think we certainly are placing a lot of confidence in the staff and the consultant to bring us back some good options.
Councilman Tinajero?
Yeah, that hotel is called the Liberty. It's actually, I've stayed there before. It's pretty cool. Yeah, they have a little museum in there with the old jail, and it's pretty nice. I applaud you for this presentation. I think what's happening now is you're kind of bringing it back and saying, okay, here's where we're going, and these are the different areas that we want to take a look at. So there's not much for us to do here except maybe give a little bit more input. I do trust in your work and what you're doing. I appreciate your work. So I say let's continue to move forward, and I will be asking some questions as we go on about the process. But I do think that something that I don't want to speak for Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, but there's something that this council wants to be able to have something before them in the next few months. And it's important for us to have something before us as well. Thank you.
Comments from Councilman Benavides?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. A couple of questions. So I wasn't clear whether I missed it on the timeline for. So the three questions I have is, one, are we extending, or have we extended, or is there going to be a need to extend the contract with Veneer? Are they going to be able to complete within the time frame? Second, what is the timeline? When do we expect to have this preliminary?
The original timeline that was in the RFQ and the proposal that was signed was for originally 6 months, but then the council wanted it in 4. And then when we had the U.S. Marshals and we bought a little time, we did execute an amendment with the firm, as well as doing some of the additional outreach. So we did give them an extension. Now, when we brought the contract originally before the City Council, we executed a 1-year agreement. The reason for that at the time was staff wanted to have the flexibility in case there was something that at the end of the study the council wanted to continue to pursue, we would be able to do a simple change order. So right now we are still under the existing agreement. We did execute one amendment for additional scope of work that interim city manager Kurtz had authorized. So we did execute a contract amendment, still within budget, still within the original 1-year agreement. With finishing the study on the technical end, we do anticipate that would most likely come back approximately late February, where we would be able to bring it back to the City Council. But in the interim, staff would be meeting regularly with the consultants to make sure that they're on track. And rather than wait for them to present the entire document as here is your final jail reuse study, it'd be more of a collaborative approach where as they start putting some information together, they would provide that to staff, we would evaluate it and give them feedback right away, rather than wait and then the information not be in a format that we would feel that would be beneficial to the City Council for you all to make a policy decision.
The idea of being in communication with them and not being kind of surprised by the end product, and but rather being a part of the process, I think makes sense. So you're saying end of February, so about 3 months out.
Correct.
There would be a potential end product with some outcomes. Okay.
And if for whatever reason there was a delay in that, we would communicate that with the city council.
Okay.
But at this time, we don't anticipate going beyond March, let alone April, which would be the 1-year mark from the original execution.
Well, thank you for those answers. And two additional comments. One is within the 4 options. There's room there, and I think we've heard even the whole comment around a hotel, this kind of idea that from another part of the country, room for outside the box thinking, and I think that's one of the things that I'm really hoping that there is some type of something we haven't even thought of, considered, and are hoping that the consultant will bring something as basically it would be up to the council to decide whether it's viable or not, but that they would bring something, and so I'm hoping that there is some creativity outside the box thinking there, and the other along those lines is there has been mention about a community group who's looking to also do an impartial study to the degree that we can be, city manager and staff, available, provide information. I know I've tried to see what information we could provide to allow them to have the as much of the information, if not all the information, that our contractor the consultants that we contracted with has. That way they could also have the data, the information to be able to have I guess a viable opportunity to be able to present an option. There has been some challenges there, I think, because of how much information we could provide. Anyway, that's what the initial feedback was from staff at the time, a number of months back. But that's one that we're not paying for. It's something that another entity is looking to fund on their own. If we can provide information to allow them to be able to complete that.
And I can provide a brief update on that, both through a Public Records Act request that the city received, as well as through just an email communication, not an official PRA, for additional information. Staff has been very forthright in providing all the documentation that we legally can without jeopardizing the security of the facility. It is a jail, and we do have to protect both staff, the detainees, as well as the facility itself. So to the extent that we share public documents, absolutely. A lot of the comments that were made, the references to audits and reports, we've provided every single document that has been requested and additional information that wasn't requested that we provided to our consultant. So we're confident in the information that we provided. We've tried to make this an open and transparent process. Many of the speakers were involved in the development of the RFQ. Yeah. So we're more than happy to continue to work with them and
thank you
and evaluate.
Thank you. Let the vendor know we're looking forward to a final update no later than February, and look forward to updates along the way. Thank you.
Right. And Mr.
Councilman Solorio? Oh, yes, City Manager?
Just to reiterate my earlier comments, the reason we're here is because I didn't want to have the experience that we had, in closed session where a consultant went down a different path than what I heard you needed to, you were expecting. So I thought it'd be good to check in. So if there's any additional items that you would like for us to study or swap out with what we got, then this is the time for us to do that. And if not, if you're okay with this, then we're ready to move forward.
Councilman Solorio.
Yes, I think I see this set of recommendations and supporting material essentially saying the consultant has done its big picture thinking and outreach, and these are the 4 areas that at best are doable. I think reading between the lines, they're essentially also saying, look, the thing was built as a jail. Anything else is going to be very costly and complex. So commercial options that are simple, like a data center or rehab in conjunction with CDCR, things like that are the easier things to do at the lowest expense to the city. I would also suggest that we can do a number of these things because, there is more than one floor at this facility, so you could do different levels of security or different operations on different floors, if you will. So I, for example, also envision scenarios where we keep a lot of our existing users and their contracts there, and then we add to it. I, for example, see as a natural fit, as I've always mentioned, some reentry or rehabilitation local inmates so that the community does benefit via the CDCR, because the reality with CDCR, despite efforts at the statewide level to reduce prison overcrowding, we still have about 5,000 prisoners being held out of state, largely in private jails, which no one is supportive of, really. You also have within the state of California a number of private jails that still provide services from detention to rehab, reentry, and that's about 20% of the population. So I think there's a lot of interest from policymakers in the state to have public institutions provide those services instead of out-of-state or private entities. So I see a scenario where we can have a few of these. For example, one floor might be a data center. Another floor may be reentry with CDCR. Another may be our booking facility. Another may be, Marshall / Board of Prisoners. And some said, well, this maybe hasn't been sustainable in the past, but that's only because we haven't filled up the place. It's like having a hotel and only allowing, 40% occupancy. Of course, it's not going to do as well as if it were fully operating. So I appreciate this study, and I think that's what we want to see as a more productive asset, and I appreciate your time and dedication.
Great. Just really quickly, so there's a lot of prisons that have been repurposed across the United States in the thousands. And so I'm not sure if you guys have looked at the sentencing project .org, where it gives all the different examples. But, there's a movie studio in New York. There was, of course, reentry centers are popular, distillery and tourist attraction, an urban redevelopment, a homeless center, small farm incubator, a homeless shelter, on and on. It just goes on and on from city to city. I'm not going to go into it, but obviously for the purposes of this discussion and what we're wanting to really see, and I think it's good that we have 4 categories and seeing what really fits, but based on the description and how the jail really is connected to the police department, we got to be honest with ourselves. We're going to be very limited. Of course, we're not going to ask the police department to go elsewhere. That's their home, and would not want to remove them. So we have to have that understanding. And so for me, as I look towards that, the only 2 things that look manageable for me would be like a data center, right, where people just come in. You just need air conditioned units and making sure that it's functioning and working. Very, very few people go in there. You typically only have a security guard that goes in there making sure the wires are all working on and so forth. I'm not sure if any of you all have been in a data center. I've been in data centers. It's pretty much very cold and lots of black boxes. That's pretty much it. So that's something that could possibly work. And then the second thing is a reentry center, where you provide, if you look at the San Bernardino model and the Rialto model, and I'm assuming that's where the Chamber's done its homework, and as I have done my homework, it seems like there is some possible success where they have over 200 programs, and figure out how do they work with those folks that are in the jail, and then figure out how do they get them out in the community with jobs, including now they're including the homeless population as well. And so I'm open to evaluating all those things, but I understand that we are limited as it pertains to how the space was built. And that becomes a challenge. But at the same time, we have to be honest with ourselves. I think there's a lot of conversations that's being had that the reason why that the jail wasn't making money was because we're not at full capacity. That was at a certain point in time, but obviously the police department was subsidizing the jail. There's a certain amount of dollars that that the police department was being able to offset, and and as well is that, as we continue, if we do want to be in this business, we have to realize that what is the community benefit to the city. In the 1990s, there was a benefit. Obviously, the county was not doing its job, and so, you know, we had to build our own jail to do intake. Obviously, they're now back to doing that. And so I'm just trying to figure out what is that community benefit. What we're doing is holding federal prisoners from all over the country. And so we have to realize what is the benefit, because we're pretty much cutting even. We're not generating any additional revenue for the residents. And so we want to be clear with that. And we need to figure out what is that community benefit if we are going to continue to be in the business, because we're not essentially holding, you know, those up to 500. The majority of those folks that we're holding are not, you know, people from Orange County or technically are the city of Santa Ana, and that's very problematic. And if you ask, I would assume if you were to ask the residents, you know, if they're okay with that, you know, that's something that maybe we should go out and do a post survey and ask them as well, pre and post, what their thoughts are, if that's the kind of business that we want to be in. And so, again, those are just my comments. And so I think you all been given a couple suggestions, and I'm not sure if there's any more comments. If not, I'm going to ask our mayor to come back in. Is there any recommendation action do you want from us? There's currently just review the Santa Ana reuse study and provide direction. So we did provide you some, but do we need a vote on that?
As long as we're hearing general direction that you're okay with these four categories, and I generally have heard that
Yes.
sense, and I
Consensus
believe the
is
city
there.
manager is hearing the same. If that's the direction, we'll go ahead and provide that input to our consultants and move forward.
Fantastic, great.
Yeah, just so long as I'm making the assumption that that category of community/general use, it's broad enough so that it can be any of those ideas that Mayor Pro Tem just mentioned. There are a number of websites on here that have and projects that have specifically done this repurposing.
Yes, and just for clarity, the major purpose for that category would be for the consultants to give us the estimated cost for building modifications to adjust the facility in order to allow for those types of uses. So the infrastructure to the building, what would need to change and be modified in order to make it accessible not only for ADA, but separate entrances, separation of utilities, mechanical equipment. So it would be more in that line. What the ultimate tenant use is could be determined at a later date.
Thank you, Jorge. Excellent. Excellent
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the next item is 75A, which is a public hearing. I thought I saw him coming in, but if he is not, let me get back to this item. And we do have public comment. This is the time for a public hearing to approve an addendum to the final environmental impact statement and environmental impact report for the Bristol Street Memory Lane Intersection Improvement Project. Public Works staff available for presentations or answers or questions. Do we have any members of the public that wish to speak? And yes, we do have one member of the public that wishes to speak, and I think it's Cyrus. If Cyrus can please come up.
Just go ahead. Good evening. My name is Cyrus Jamalzadeh, and I'm here on behalf of Metro Star LLC. And the reason I'm here, I delivered a letter here earlier. I don't know if you received it or not.
I'm an attorney?
Yes. And just want to make sure that you receive the letter. At the same time, partial take of this property to us is make the rest of the property useless. And just want to emphasize on that.
Great. Thank you, sir. Does the city council have any further questions or discussion on this item?
I do. I don't know if it's a public hearing. I don't know if we have a presentation from staff. A little bit of background. So if I'm remembering correctly, a number of years ago, I believe we approved or entitled a bank. If I'm remembering, if it's the right property, Memory Lane in Bristol, northwest corner, right across the street from the Starbucks, across the street from what's now a 7-Eleven.
That is correct. That's northwest corner of Bristol. Memory Lane is a vacant land. The widening requires a strip of land, 8 feet encroachment into the property. So that the environmental document needs to change to reflect that, and that's the hearing is intended for that.
So I'm seeing from our planning manager that at one point we did approve a bank, entitle a bank there, and I was curious what what in fact did we extend? Did we take action to extend? So can you speak to that a bit? And did they go through the process? Did this the widening, the street widening, was that? I know oftentimes when we know that that's coming, that's incorporated into a plan that we review. Was that the case?
Right. Back at that time, that project was entitled about 5 years ago, before this project came upon us here. So they do have reduced setbacks. The building was pushed closer to the streets. They got a narrower setback. That project did go into plan check probably 10, 11 months ago, but it hasn't come out of plan check yet. So chances are it's going to expire here shortly, and it'll be a vacant parcel for a while.
So with this, do we know, have we done any type of analysis and assessment as to whether that project, as an example, or another project, but since we're talking about this one, if it would still be viable with this this take?
Yeah, that project there, according to the director, there'd be about a 8-foot set taking off of Bristol Street, so that will put the sidewalk probably pretty close to the building itself. I think the building had about a 10-foot setback on Bristol and about a 7 or 8 foot on Memory Lane.
Okay.
There was a little bit, okay. So there was some partial dedication on that project, so it'll still be a viable project. They're taking about 1,500 square feet out of the 18,000 square foot parcel.
Okay. So
the building may have to shift ever so slightly. Yeah. There is a little bit of wiggle room still to move that building a little bit still.
So the question, and we have, and obviously there hasn't, we probably haven't really looked at that in detail, probably haven't been asked, by either the property owner or the applicant to look at the specifics of the impacts of this widening. But ultimately, the question that I have is, with there's statement, received a letter, comment by the speaker earlier that this take would ultimately make that property, I want to quote the comment, but I don't recall exactly, but it's essentially unusable. So based on information we know, as far as would it still be developable? Would we be able to work with whatever parcel would remain and property owner or applicant to be able to make something viable there?
Sure. Councilman, I believe we can still have a viable parcel. They're taking 1,500 square feet, have an 18,000 square foot lot. The minimum lot size for commercial is 15,000, so they still meet our minimum requirements.
Okay.
So,
if there is any type of variance or anything of that sort that needs to take place as a result of something like this, how do we typically address that? Is that still all on the property owner and applicant, or?
It is, but again, that project did receive a variance. We had them move the building closer to the street to make the site more functional. So you gave them a variance for the reduced setbacks already. So they already have it in place. So they would not need to come back again.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
If I may add a couple of comments here. Timing is also important here. If we have a property that is on a right-of-way that is going to be widened, we typically ask for a dedication. In other words, as part of the permitting process, we ask the property owner to go ahead and dedicate that land free of charge. However, if we have a project that is on a timeline and we need to move forward, then they get compensated. And this is that condition. I understand that this applicant came before the city in 2012, was told about the dedication. Of course, the development did not move forward, as I understand. Now the project is moving forward, and so at this point, the project has to compensate for the take. So just wanted to put that out there.
Yes, Councilman Solorio?
Yes, a couple items. Number one, we received a letter from Attorney Mark Rosen on behalf of the property owners of 2702, and they may or may not be in the audience. Are they the owners of the property that would house the bank, or is that a different
That is the
parcel?
same property as the speaker mentioned.
So it is? Okay.
Yes, it is.
I know just here, because I just received a letter from a quick read, it almost sounds too like they're suggesting an interest in hearing other offers for the property, because they mentioned they haven't really heard much about this or been offered resources for a take or full amount. I would think that given that location and the lack of green space, et cetera, in our city, that, I don't know, maybe we could put a small scenic green area at that corner. It's been vacant for a long time, and quite frankly, it's a eyesore for that part of town. So I'd like maybe as a follow-up for staff to, as we are going to probably going to need to do this, see if there are other things we could do with that property, including just making a very nice green scenic place there that can have some modest public use there. There are some apartments in that area, so having a nice place to sit, enjoy might be good. And then a related question, I know I've been asked, but I don't know the response. So from 17th Street to the northern limits, as we are continuing to do widening and other improvements like this, are we continuing to underground all the utilities?
The focus would be yes, on undergrounding utilities.
Okay, and so from essentially Warner to the northern limits, at a certain point in time, all the utilities are going to be undergrounded as part of this Bristol Improvement Project?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Move the item.
Second.
I'm good. Should we do roll call? Great. Thank you on this item. Yep.
Councilmember Tinajero?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
No.
Councilmember Benavides?
I do have actually a follow-up question for staff for casting my vote. The letter that we did receive from the attorney, it suggests that we have not been in conversations, that they almost suggest that the property owner is surprised about this, or that they received a letter. Actually, they indicate when they received it, postmarked November 22nd, the day before Thanksgiving. And as I understand it, it appears that we haven't necessarily made any offers. Is that the case? What?
Yeah, I think maybe one thing that's not clear is that the action that you are asked to take tonight is just an addendum to an existing environmental impact report. So it kind of contemplates what might be happening as a project into the future. So this is not the typical scenario where we have like a public hearing and we're doing a resolution of necessity. We are so far away from that point, and that is the reason why that communication has not occurred. Because as a matter of process, we first have to do the environmental document, then we might define the project, and then we would send out notices at the point in time when we might be interested in taking or asking to purchase a portion of that property. So we're so far in front of this, so there was no legal obligation to provide those kind of notices, or there hasn't been any negligence on behalf of staff in terms of contacting the property owner. I think what the attorney is doing here is just very early on in the process doing what sometimes these attorneys will do, which is to get on the record that their property is very valuable. So should the city in the future acquire, they're establishing their case to show that there's value to that property. But we're in the environmental stage, not the acquisition stage.
I see. Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to be supporting, just making a quick comment, that we do anything we can. If the property is on the market, any type of modifications are going to impact or could potentially impact. And so to the degree that we can work with the property owner and figure that out, expedite that process, we want to again look at economic development, potential development, be as business friendly of a city as we can. So I just would ask that staff work and be diligent on that, and I'll be supporting the item.
Great. We had a first and a second. If you just do the roll call again.
Councilmember Sarmiento, would you like to participate in the vote?
I didn't hear any of the discussion, so I think I'll abstain on this one.
Abstention from Councilmember Sarmiento. Councilmember Tinajero?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
No.
Councilmember Benavides? Councilmember Villegas?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorio?
Aye.
We have
Motion
four.
carries. Great,
four
thank
votes.
you. The next item is a work study session.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we have two work study sessions, one presentation on two topics. One of them is on the accessory dwelling units, which this council requested, and another one on a small lot subdivision ordinance, which staff is ready to move forward, but I wanted to make sure that a work study session occurred first. And if, based on the presentation and what you see, if there are minor modifications or whatnot, then we can, we're prepared to bring an ordinance for both of these issues at the December 19th meeting.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. I'd like to talk to you tonight. The first item that we're going to be talking about tonight is accessory dwelling units. You've heard a lot about them. Generally, they're referred to as granny flats. But I'd like to define what an ADU is. I'm going to be calling them ADUs because it's the shorter version of it. And this part's important. There's three different varieties of them. One can be a smaller unit behind the main unit. Another one can be an attached, and that's called the detached unit. Another is called the attached unit. It's something like the top picture on the right-hand side. That's an attached unit where you build onto the existing house. And the third is when you use part of an existing building. The building exists, you just convert a portion of it to an accessory dwelling unit. Here's some background on it. Legislation was originally adopted in 2003, and it was in response to what was then considered a housing crisis. Right now, it's really amped up. The idea of housing has become more unaffordable, less available, and so we're facing this not just in Santa Ana but throughout the state. So the legislature decided that they were looking for different ways, and this is just one component of their program to address our housing needs. This idea of accessory dwelling units, because for a number of reasons, including it makes it more affordable. It brings out a number of opportunities. So in developing this ordinance, we have a number of things that were in play here. Some of them are best practices. Some of them are previously existing ordinance, also the state requirements. And I need to focus on the idea of the state requirements. You'll see in small letters at the bottom of the PowerPoint presentation the statement. And it's really important for us to remember, because if we want to have a legally enforceable piece of legislation ourselves, we have to make sure that it cannot be arbitrary in terms of how we excessive or burdensome so as to unreasonably restrict the ability of someone to build an accessory dwelling unit. So this is sort of the test that we had to hold up any draft that we made to this legislation that we're writing. In 2016, we started in reaction. Remember, we said that the legislation was adopted in September of 2016 last year, and then it went into effect on 2017. That was the previous slide. We showed you that sort of process.
Candida, can you possibly just move to the development standards, what's previously existing and what we're proposing?
All right.
Yeah.
This is the important part. We've got to give you this background about what we're proposing now. So remember that idea about arbitrary. The state law sets up a number of things that we can and cannot do. Now we have up on this slide, it tells the development standards, and the first column says what we had in our previous ordinance, and the second has what we have in our proposed ordinance. The permitted zones are very much the same. The places where we are varying are the maximum size of the unit, which is, we're increasing it to 50% of the primary dwelling, or 750 square feet, whichever is less. And these are in relationship to the state legislation. Our maximum heights, we maintain those because we don't, there are no state regulations addressing those. The setbacks, what the state law says that we can continue to enforce our own setbacks. And so typically what would apply in this case, because you have a single-family dwelling in that location, the single-family dwelling units would apply in any zone. So because our R2 zone would then reflect to the single-family zone standards. One of the things that we previously applied and are continuing to apply is a covenant that requires owner occupancy. So there is, and then finally the parking requirement. Now the parking requirement is one space per bedroom, but no less than one. So if you had a studio apartment or one bedroom, you would have to have one. Now, that is also controlled by the state, though, because the state said, remember that arbitrary excessive burdens, one of the things that they considered was parking. And we'll talk a little bit about that later. Now, remember we said we were not allowing, we were not going to be allowing accessory dwelling units in areas that are park deficient.
Real quick, Canada, I do have a question going back to the previous slide. The setbacks. Previously, we had the rear setback at 10 feet, and we're increasing it in the proposed ordinance to 20 feet. Am I interpreting this correct?
That's not necessarily true. We had when the previous ordinance was adopted, our rear yard setback was 20 feet. We are deferring to our current setbacks now, and since the time that we adopted the ordinance, and now in 2003 to now, we've increased our rear yard setback. So it is the same as our standard rear yard setback for a single-family house, and we're applying that to accessory dwelling units as well.
So at any time, did we have a 10-foot setback requirement?
In 2003, yes, we did in 2003. But that has not been in place in probably 5 or 10 years, yes.
So we had a 10 feet, then we...
At that time.
We increased...
Yes, we did. We increased it to 20 feet. Right, and that is our current setback for single-family homes.
What was our reason for increasing?
We felt the reasoning was density, and people felt that they needed to have private open spaces in their backyards, and the 10 feet did not give people enough room to.
The owner-occupied covenant, is that for the primary unit or for both altogether?
The covenant says that an owner has to live in one of the units.
In one of the, okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we're clear. Okay, so now we're getting into some of the restrictions that the state puts on us. The state says that you cannot prohibit accessory dwelling units in any area of your city unless, and here's the caveat, unless there is some connection to a public utility. We looked at public utilities, and And one of the ways that we were able to justify this, and we hired special legal counsel to help us with developing this ordinance, and we asked them if the park deficient area would stand. That we had in the other, in the old ordinance. And they said, yes, if you write it correctly. And the way that we have defined it for the new ordinance is we defined it very clearly. More than 1/4 of a mile from a pocket park, or that's a park that's less than 5 acres, or more than 1/2 mile from a park of more than 5 acres. So it gets a little bit wiped out by the gray of the streets, but you can see the round arcs for pink, and those are areas in which are considered park deficient because they're more than that area. Now, in any area that it would be prohibited, someone could come, a property owner could come to the city and say, I know I'm in a park deficient area, but I would like an exemption. And this was in place in our old ordinance as well. And so the exemption process goes to a hearing, a public hearing. It's noticed before the zoning administrator, and that's a staff member who's assigned to hear the hearing. And at that hearing, neighbors, surrounding neighbors are noticed. They can come, they can hear the appeal, and then if the findings can be made that this will not have a significant impact on the house or the adjacent neighbors, we can make a finding to accept it. And it's very similar. It is the same process that we had used previously for in park deficient areas. So,
can you define that once again? Park deficient
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, park deficient areas are any areas which are more than 1/4 mile from a park that's less than 5 acres and more than 1/2 mile from parks that are greater than 5 acres. 5 acres or greater.
So how many 5-acre parks do we have?
Not a lot, but we have a few. You can kind of see the really small circles up on the map. There's one sort of on the north central park. You can see 2 there. So there's 2 parks, but not a lot, no.
So going back to the map, help me interpret the map then, that there's
anything that's pink is considered a park deficient area. And you have to kind of take it from the arcs. This is an advocacy for a new GIS system, by the way, here.
Okay, so just the white area is what
reads better on a large scale map.
Is what would be allowed then, right?
Right.
The white and anything pink. The white allowed areas would.
Anywhere that's white with no pink behind it.
Say it again. What was the last? Anything that's white.
And that would be not park deficient, so they wouldn't have to get it. The ADUs would be permitted in those areas. The pink areas, they would not be permitted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to the second part of the state legislation, which said that that has to deal with parking. The state law, they see parking as being used in some communities to prohibit the development of or to reduce the amount of ADUs. So the state set up several criteria in which the units, you cannot require a unit to provide parking. Okay, so if they build an ADU unit, they have to have the parking for the primary unit, the single family unit, but the secondary unit does not have to have parking. We can't require them to have parking. I'm going to say that again. We can't require them by state law to have parking. And that's in anything that's a half a mile from transit, anything that's converting. Remember when we talked about converting the space, that first type of unit where they were building within the existing space of the building? Any one of those, anyone that's in a parking district, but where the parking district wouldn't give a space to the new accessory dwelling units. So these are the places that we can't do that. Now, what happens with us in this situation is we are a transit-rich city, and when we ran the numbers the first time on this, every single part of the city was exempted from providing any parking for accessory dwelling units. Every single. If we took it along major bus lines, which was the standard, every single one. But our legal counsel told us that we did not have to use the state's criteria for transit. We could develop our own. And as part of this ordinance, we did. And we developed what the recommendation was, that it was legally defensible, is that it has to be served by any transit stop, within a half mile of any transit stop that's within a half mile of a transit stop. So all of those pink areas are within half miles of transit stops. So those would be the areas in which we could not, by the state law, cannot require parking.
A quick question. So regarding the granny flat, if someone were to build one, there's no limit on the amount of cars they can have, correct? And I see here that there's pending legislation that might change that regarding no matter how many bedrooms it is, you're still only allowed one parking. Is that's reading that correctly, or can you speak to that?
Okay, the legislation as it's written now, depending on if you're within one of these exempt areas, you provide no parking. If you're in the pink area, if you're in an area well served by transit, if you're in a parking district where you don't get a permit for the ADU, then you would not be able to require parking. And if you're, yes, so those
the
are
footnote
that's
here is stating that new legislation being considered state level to allow the cities the ability to require a maximum of one parking space per ADU regardless of the bedroom count. So I was just...
yeah, that's on the first page.
Yeah.
Yes, our standards do, but then the state, that's what ours say, that if you have an ADU, if it's a studio or a one bedroom, you have to provide a parking space. But the state trumps us. They say in these certain situations, you, city, cannot require parking. And these are the areas that we can't. Yeah, so it's hard to understand, but and it's particularly sensitive, and it's very sensitive in this community because parking is such an issue here.
I agree.
We, as staff, struggled with developing a law that could be legally defensible and serving the community. And we believe that we've come up with something that is legally defensible.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Candida, I think we had some questions over here, but we're really ready to wrap up on this first item. If there are any more comments, but I think Councilman Sarmiento?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I want to thank staff and thank you for the presentation. I know that this is probably one of those items that there was a lot of work up in committee, right? I'm sure that there was a lot of advance time. I know that I saw communications going back and forth with some community members, with staff members and members of the council as well. So I guess this is one of those items where I think the city attorney referenced as a lot of buildup, and sometimes, the council may have additional questions and we might have to, readdress it. And so maybe that's not as efficient as we'd like it to be. But there are some concerns I have, because I know that these accessory dwellings are already part of our community. We have many, many additional units in our community, and they do add to, secondary impacts like, parking, congestion, traffic. But nonetheless, they're also a way for some families to be able to make their mortgage. And so we have to be sensitive to that and balance these interests, right? That people have a property right to be able to do with their property within what's legally allowed. And I think the state's governed and given us some opportunity to use that flexibility. And in a city like ours, where rents are skyrocketing, there's a limit of inventory for people to find housing, affordable housing. I think there's some rigidity to what I saw in this version, and I'd like to see if maybe we can work together on seeing how we can protect the interests of our homeowners and our tenants and folks who already have to deal with parking issues and traffic issues, but at the same time allow some flexibility. And I'm having trouble finding the nexus between a utility and a park deficiency. So that maybe can be better explained to us. And I know you went through a really thorough discussion. I don't want you to go into the whole, into that whole discussion. But to the extent that there is some reaches that we're making on this, I don't know if the legislative history was to say park deficiency does qualify as a utility. I'd like to learn a little bit more about that. So I just have some questions with this.
Okay. We were concerned about it because we couldn't make findings of non-service in any other area. We were advised by our legal counsel that public safety could not be a service issue that could be used to exclude or regulate ADUs. In terms of other traditional utilities, we could. Parking, we also asked about parking. And because the state has provided all these exemptions for mandating that we not provide parking, the legal advice that we received was that that would not be something that we could use to achieve flexibility with that, or that we could, exclude units from an area because of parking.
No, I get that. I'm just wondering, look, in my opinion, somebody could challenge the basis that we're using a utility. We're really stretching that term of art to include park deficiencies, just like we can't include public safety. That's my concern, in addition to some of the other...
We can come back and have our special counsel do a brief summary in the next staff report on
Either that or you can copy us with maybe, some of their, written document from them.
Yes, Councilman Tinajero?
First of all, I thank you for your hard work. I know that this took a lot of time, and I know it's not always easy when you've put so much into it to come in and, people, we start to ask questions that may go in a different direction. But I think there are sound questions and comments that are coming forward right now. One of the, something that I want our staff to kind of keep in mind is that in the Latino community, it's very rare for our families not to take care of their parents. And so many times we try to find a place, whether it's in the house or we try to create something within the property to keep an eye on them and to help them out. And so one of my concerns right now is in the more poor areas, I don't want to, the more low-income areas, it makes it very difficult to put something together there that could provide housing for that elderly person. And so I just want to, as we continue to have this dialogue, these are the kind of things that we want to take a look at as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, or Madam.
Go ahead, Michelle, just wrap up.
Yep, I think we're wrapped up with this item. I think a lot of the questions that David had, I had the same, so I don't want to repeat them. So we're going to move on with the second, the small lot divisions. Michelle's not talking well, huh?
Small lot subdivisions, yeah. This is, oh, wait a minute.
This is a no-brainers.
What is a small lot subdivision? Well, let's talk about it.
Sorry, we had one public speaker, Stephen Lamont. Stephen?
Well, thank you. It's getting late as well, so I'm going to keep my comments brief. But my name is Steve Lamont. I'm the CEO for the Building Industry Association of Orange County. By way of background, we are a nonprofit trade association representing over 1,100 companies, as well as over 100,000 individuals here in the home building industry. And we support good housing policy, and that's what the small lot subdivision is. If you will remember, last year, we came to you with the Housing Futures Initiative that the City Council passed a resolution supporting flexible standards, really looking at ways to create different styles of housing as we kind of move forward in an infill environment. The small lot subdivision is a real life housing futures initiative. This is not new, this is a townhome product, but it allows the owner to own the home as well as the land underneath. And so this is the way, as Orange County kind of moves forward towards, again, this infill environment, this will allow my generation, generations behind me to have the same housing owner opportunities that generations before us have enjoyed. So, I'll save a lot of my comments for the council meeting, hopefully in a couple weeks when this comes back as an ordinance, but we do hope for your support, so thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Candida?
Let's all follow Steve's suggestion and
Cut it short.
Yeah, I think he covered most of my presentation. It differs from condo ordinance. Each unit is separate. Each unit has its own parking, and you buy it. It's free, fee simple. You own it. You own the land. You own the house. You own the roof, and when it leaks, it's yours. The access to lots, some of you might wonder about that, is provided through easements across driveways. So the advantages of them, covered those, they're less expensive. Rental units, you don't have to build rental units anymore. You can build for sale product. The financing is easier for developers. The financing is easier for people to buy the houses. And as a result, it increases availability and affordability. And as Steve said, it's an entry-level product. What we wanted to do is to at least, we were fearful that you might be afraid of these. Not knowing what they are. And so we wanted to let you know that we have already done small lot subdivisions in Santa Ana. We just didn't have an ordinance, so it was a very difficult process to go through. But we have them. They're approved, and a number of them are under construction right now. So this is the Artisan project at South Coast. It's directly south of the old cathedral site, new church site. This is what it looks like. I mean, this product is a great product. It's something that anyone would want to live in. Here, Trabella at Harbor, you may be familiar with that project. Here are some of the renderings on that project. And then here again is a small lot subdivision that we approved on South Harbor.
So it's kind of a couple questions. So that, like Tribella, for example, I know that one's under construction right now. It's I don't know if it's already opened up, but I think they have some you can go and take a look at them. So how did those get approved without a small lot subdivision? Did they have to go through variances in essence?
Yeah, we went through various.
So in this case, it would eliminate that hurdle.
We're eliminating that process.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we did SDs on some of them we did variances. It was, but now we'll just be able to do a subdivision. It's straight through, it's easy, it's a much simpler process.
Jumping maybe to the difference between what we currently require and what this will allow for, as far as lot square footage to be able to allow for.
Did the one? Here's what they will be allowed. Initially, we're only allowing them in the following zones: the Harbor Specific Plan area, Metro East, and the Transit Zoning Code. Those. Purple, green, and yellow areas on the map. And here are the development standards that we have proposed. A minimum lot size of 1,000 square feet. Maximum coverage of 70%. Setbacks as whatever's in the underlying zone. And then they're required to have a minimum of 300 square feet of open space per lot. And some of that in some of the newer projects that we're seeing is rooftop. They're making those requirements by a combination of ground and rooftop. So that's really exciting too, because it's a different kind of product that we haven't seen before. The units that are greater than 10 will be required to have some common open space. So they initial of 5% of each lot, and they are not required to have street frontage. That's the main difference between. That's the main difficulty that we really have a hard time getting around, is that requirement for street frontage. And any kind of maintenance would be required through some sort of agreements or CC&Rs, Homeowners Association or CC&Rs.
Candida, if I may, if it's the council's pleasure, maybe on this particular item, we make a motion and send it back to staff to come back with an ordinance on it. Would that be appropriate?
I don't think we need a motion. We can just give you direction, right, to come back.
You want formal direction with a vote?
Either way works, Mayor. This work study session was for your benefit as a council. If you're comfortable with moving forward on the small lots, we have that ordinance ready.
Let me just ask this. Is there any opposition to moving forward on the small lots?
No.
So you have unanimous direction.
Okay.
Great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we have some speakers here. Actually, don't we have another item? Housing. Let me adjourn the council meeting temporarily and open up, call to order the Housing Authority meeting. Seeing no public comments, I would entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Any comments for the Housing Authority? Seeing no comments, let me bring it back to council. And I believe we have Dale Helvig, Helvig, I believe. And then after that, we have Patty Mayer, Maire, I believe. Please go ahead, Dale.
Good evening. My name's Dale Helvig, and after the last council meeting, I assumed the position of chairman of the North Santa Ana Preservation Alliance. We do not oppose development. We do oppose any rezoning and general plan amendment for the 2525 main residential development, regardless of any future design changes proposed. The people that want to develop this property should be ashamed of themselves. At the Sunshine meeting, they informed us of their shortcomings. They purchase property at a premium price, neglect it, then report crime has increased in our area, and then they are here to help us with building a new development. Their development represents everything but help. 5 on this standing council signed off on the 2014-2018 City of Santa Ana General Plan. Amongst other items, this plan addresses in this order neighborhood characteristics, housing production needs, zoning ordinance updates, and overcrowding. Regarding neighborhood characteristics, it says, the city has undertaken extensive efforts to stabilize residential neighborhoods through appropriate land use and housing programs, end quote. Rezoning property adjacent to residential zoning that would allow a 5-story building and an 8-story parking structure is not appropriate land use. The plan goes on to say, quote, the American dream is often intertwined with home ownership, which can provide financial independence, economic stability, and personal safety. Home investment and pride in ownership are perceived to contribute to neighborhood quality and stability, end quote. Well, I've recently seen homes go up for sale that abut to this proposed property. The 2525 Main Residential Development Project is bad in so many ways for the city and is not needed. No one wants to invest in a house where they cannot feel safe to enjoy their lives in the privacy of their own homes and backyards. It is difficult to imagine how pride of ownership, neighborhood quality, and stability can be improved by adding rental units to an already projected nearby 1,000 plus rental units being proposed to be developed. The general plan also states the Southern California Association of Governments, quote, projects the job base within Santa Ana will decrease by approximately 11,000 jobs through 2020.
Please wrap up, Dale.
I only have 3 more sentences or so. I understand the city needs to cover their budget shortfalls, but is not to do so, but should not do so to the detriment of those who have already invested their hard-earned money in support of the city. Last week, I heard the residents oppose the Tiny Tim Plaza for pretty much the same reasons we have. Santa Ana does not need housing, it needs high-paying jobs. Help the city and its residents by creating long-term job growth.
Thank you, Dale, and thank you for the job that you're doing here as in a lead position. Patty, please.
Okay, my name is Patty Sigmund Mays, and I have lived in Park Santiago for 29 years with my family. We love Park Santiago because it's a historic neighborhood. It's like people know about Floral Park, but nobody knows about Park Santiago. And so, you know, I'm in favor of no rezoning, no general plan format, and no apartments at 2525 Main Street, because it's just the wrong project for this site. We went to that Sunshine Ordinance meeting, and we had over 400 neighbors there, and everybody is against this project. So I asked the mayor of Orange, because they've been doing a lot of building in Orange, right? And so I asked her, I said, so do you guys get a lot of pushback when you go to your council meetings? Are your city, your residents up against it and saying, no, don't do this building? And she said, no, Patty, because it's not in historic neighborhoods. We are doing our building, and it's not affecting neighborhoods like your neighborhood. So really, take this into consideration. This is just not the right project for our neighborhood. And at the Sunshine Ordinance meeting, they were so sure of themselves. You know, we talked about rezoning, and somebody asked them, okay, how many projects have you taken on recently that you've had to rezone? And they said 6. So someone said, well, how many did you get rezoned? And they said 6. So they're pretty confident. So I want to know what they know that I don't know and that my neighbors don't know. Why are they so confident that this will be approved? So think about this. Think about Main Street and 900 more cars on Main Street trying to get on the 5 freeway. As it is, when I leave 24-hour fitness, if I leave a few minutes late after I go, work out and go to Edgewood, I'll go through 3 traffic cycles, traffic light cycles, because there's just too many cars now. So if we take on 900 more cars, I just couldn't imagine what a nightmare it would be. 7 levels apartment complex, 8 levels parking. It's just not the right. It's just not the right one.
Thank you, Patty.
It's not the right project.
Thank you. Marilyn Fuller, followed by Cesar Hernandez, and then Ivan Enriquez.
Good evening. I'm another opposition to the 2525 Main Street project. Please do not rezone this. This has been professional, always has been professional. The building is there. The parking lot is there. The Discovery Science Center can use the parking lot on weekends. It makes no sense to put high-rise, dense apartment buildings backed up to our neighborhood. There's only 900 parking places for 517 apartments. You know that there's more than 2 cars per apartment. Where are they going to park? On the streets. The access to this project makes no sense. You're at an intersection of 5-way intersection. Freeway off-ramp, freeway on-ramp, Main Street north and south, and Edgewood. Those people trying to leave that apartment building, how are they going to leave? They're going to leave through our neighborhood, because there's no way you can get out on Main Street at that rush hour time. Park Santiago has been formed, an organization 30 years ago, because we are tight and we respond to these kinds of threats. So we would like for you to consider to not rezone the parcel and consider that we should leave it the way it is, professional. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Caesar, followed by Ivan.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cesar Hernandez, and I'm the Vice President of Express Transportation Systems located here in Tustin. I grew up in Orange County and was born in the city of Orange, and I've been working in non-emergency medical transportation since 1989. The reason I'm here is not for city business, but to speak with Miguel Pulido. Mayor, you are the board member of OCTA for the Special Needs Committee. There has been 7 positions available since May. I applied with OCTA, and I know this is not the correct venue for this, but this seems to be my only extreme measures to get a hold of you, so I've made numerous attempts. As a board member of the committee, I plan to provide a voice for the elderly and the special needs residents of Orange County. And as a transportation provider, I'm limited to helping those who seek our services, but as a committee member, I can help the larger sector of the community. Along with my application, I submitted, I believe, letters of references from the AIDS Foundation, the Alzheimer Foundation that we provide services for here in Orange County. We provide about 600 transports, passengers every day. So I believe with my experience and my expertise, I can provide a unique insight and give a voice to all involved in this process.
Caesar, look, I'm sorry I had to come here, but you could have anytime come to any of the OCTA board meetings. They're open to the public. You can testify there. But look, you're here. It doesn't matter. If you want to serve and you want to volunteer, I'm happy to I think I have an opening. I'm happy to appoint you.
Thank you very much.
So thank you for your perseverance. And but, you know, OCTA, separate organization, separate meetings, separate process. But look, perseverance pays off. So, Madam Clerk, if you can just make sure you contact OCTA, and she'll talk to the clerk, I'll make sure I nominate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yvonne or Ivan? I know you spoke earlier. Maybe he's gone? And if he's gone, then let's go to city manager comments.
Mr. Mayor, all I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention is that the Santa Ana Zoo is having their International Snow Day with the critters, and this is this Sunday, December 17th, from 12 noon to 3 p.m. The December 17th is the third Sunday of the month, which means that Santa Ana residents receive free admission with proof of residency.
Thank you. Thank you for those brief and helpful comments. Who would like to go first for council comments? Councilor Solorio, please.
Just 2 or 3 things. First, I do again want to thank the Public Works and the Water Department staff for addressing the median issue with the trees and the health of our urban forest. And then Parks and Rec and the library system, excellent Hour of Code program that they're doing. And again, I really want to also credit them for thinking outside the box and not just offering library-type services at our central library, but at multiple facilities. So that is fantastic, as well as the Pacific Electric Park is looking really good, and I know we're all getting a lot of compliments about that, so a lot of good staff work overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Villegas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Sunday, I was able to participate at the invitation of the Wilshire Square Christmas Parade. It was a great event, had a lot of fun. Very thankful for the invite, had a great time. A couple other things I have. Mr. City Manager, I asked for an update. I don't know if you have an update on the Garnsey Street. During the parade, I noticed it was a really bad street. Wanted to find out when is it coming up for repair. I was just wondering. Get back to me in a little bit.
Yes, it appears we don't have it yet, but we'll get it to you
because
tomorrow.
you did tell me it was going to be ready, and that's okay. And another thing, a question for City Attorney about the ethics enforcement policy. Is there any update on that?
A great update for you. I have prepared the blended policy proposal along with a resolution and transmitted it to staff yesterday. And so I'm waiting for comments and feedback, and then it will be up to the city manager to agendize that before the city council.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor. Main thing I want to just point out both challenges that we've saw throughout over the weekend and response from the city and police officers in particular. Generally speaking, I'd like to highlight all of the good things that are taking place in the city of Santa Ana. There's a lot of good, and oftentimes that gets overshadowed by some of the challenges we have out there. Although today I do I just want to bring to our attention on Friday there was an incident midday. A shooting took place right by KidWorks, right by the Myrtle Street community. We had some of our 4-year-olds, our preschool out in the playground, and 1:30 in the afternoon, gunshots are heard. A young man or a man of mid-30s was shot and passed. He's a father of two, one middle school child, an elementary school child, both local schools, participants at KidWorks. It's just a very just a sad situation. Mom does not have her sight. So dad had been taking girls back and forth from school. So this family is now significantly impacted. One of the things that I do want to commend our law enforcement police officers on, they were there, immediately responded. I was in communication with some of our officers and their police chief later on that evening, and in less than 24 hours, there was our homicide detectives did a phenomenal job. There were some apprehensions. Their sad story is that 2 of them were juveniles and the other 2 adults were, I believe, under 20. And we had a couple other incidents, you might know, one Sunday morning at 2 o'clock in the morning, and then another one later on, late morning on Sunday, right up by Rate and First Street. So some challenges that we're facing out there, some spikes in activity out in the community. More than anything, the reason I want to bring it up, one is commend our officers on their response. 2 is at different times we have had some efforts and some priority areas, hotspot task forces, essentially directed patrol, and there's been some comprehensive efforts by various departments of the city attorney's office, looking at some of these denser areas where lack of housing oversight by property managers has allowed for gang activity to fester and drugs and other things. Code enforcement. At different times, those efforts have proven fruitful. Challenge is that after a period of time when we don't place those resources some of the previous challenge resurges. And so we see some of that, or I think we're seeing some of that right now. So we've worked together in our team, that our different departments, Mr. City Manager, have come together at different times to address things, public works and lighting and traffic, a number of different things. And again, it's been fruitful in certain areas. Minnie Street, Cornerstone Village is one of the prime examples of just a phenomenal turnaround. So this continues to be a pressing need and an opportunity for us to work together, and city departments to work together to look at comprehensively addressing some of these issues in some of these challenging areas, and also looking at ways that we can, from the program standpoint, just invest and provide programs and support to our youth. Ultimately, these are kids who are both on either young adults sometimes on the losing end, or kids sometimes at the other end with pulling the triggers. And so we need to ensure and make it a priority. We've talked before that Pacific Electric Park, I think, is one positive example. Talked about establishing skate parks as well, setting those priorities to allow our young people to engage. I know we recently, the Mayor Pro Tem shared this concept that has been used in other cities, including LA, summer night lights, intentionally having our community centers open late on Fridays, Saturdays, well after dark. We have an opportunity to start planning for that. There's plenty of other partner organizations, community centers out there that may not necessarily just be city, schools, a lot of opportunities. We have a wealth of young people and energy, so I know that's a positive thing. I see ourselves as a city of promise. In reality, we can see all the potential we have in our youth. At the same time, we have, there's a saying that says that idle hands ultimately sometimes lead to not so positive things. So let's make sure that our kids don't have too much idle time, and that there are a lot of positive things for them to get engaged in and involved in. So just some comments for us to think about as council, for us as a city to prioritize, and for staff to be able to work together so that we can look at more positive futures for our youth. I believe that they're there. We just kind of have to rally around them. So with that, I just want to thank everybody for their hard work and say good night. Thank you.
Now let's go over to the right, please, if I may. Councilor Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I want to thank Councilmember Benavides for those comments. I think he said it well, nothing much more to add. I'd like us all to also think about a lot of those families in Santa Barbara and in northern LA County who lost hundreds and hundreds of homes and, livelihoods. And fortunately, I didn't hear any loss of life, and I hope that stays true. But that there certainly was a lot of devastation and loss. So let's think about them tonight when we go to our own homes. I do want to thank staff for, I guess it was an event that we had for a new signal light that was installed at Flower and St. Gertrude. Annahurst? Okay. But it was right in between an elementary school, and I think it was Washington, and right across the street from Memorial Park. So thank you to staff for working with the neighborhood association there, Memorial Park, which Mayor Pro Tem and I represent. And the parents were thrilled. The staff over at the elementary school were thrilled because they're going to be able to, have their kids cross safely to and from school. But also during the summer when school is out, kids that are accessing the park. So what a great thing, and I hope we continue to do that. And I know it took a while, but it was nice to deliver that good news to everybody. What I did want to see if I could do is direct staff to bring something back to us that we tabled, I think a couple of meetings ago. It was the proposal by AMG, the applicant, to come before us for a TEFRA hearing. And I know that at that time there was some reservation that I specifically had, and this development was very large, about 1,100 units, and the proposal had a unit mix that just didn't seem to conform with our housing element. The affordability level wasn't all that profound, but I understand that they've drafted a letter to the city manager's attention describing a different unit mix, which is now 70% family, which is what our demographic is, and 30% senior. and the affordability level is intended to go much further down and make it more affordable and accessible for folks in our demographic. So, with that, I'd like to see if we can bring it back, and if maybe we could bring it back through a 65A. Mr. City Manager, this is something that we've already had before us, so we can consider, so long as we continue with the same conditions on it, that it doesn't bind the city to any subsidy, that it doesn't obligate or make responsible the city to finance this in the future, but to allow them to now come before us with a proposal that reflects our community needs. And that was really my holdup with it, was that it just didn't seem to address the public's needs here and the type of housing that we were looking for. I understand that they resubmitted the same proposal and just kind of flipped the labels on it, but hopefully our planning staff can work with them to reconfigure the size of the units, because the understanding is we need more 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units, and that's what we're hoping to get from some of our new applicants that come before us at the city. But hopefully that's something that my colleagues will entertain, just as a way of revisiting that before the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Tinajero?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to keep it very short. First, I want to congratulate Ronnie Rios. As you all know, Ronnie Rios is a professional boxer here in the city of Santa Ana. He fought for the world title just about 3 months ago, and fought 12 tough rounds, and was not successful that time. But they put him in a great position again to have one more bout and potentially have another shot at the world title. So he won his last bout handily. I mean, he did a great job, and I wish him well, and we hope to be able to support him once again as he attempts to fight for the world title. Hopefully we can bring him out here as well. I want to mention something that Councilmember Benavides stated. There are a lot of great things happening in our city, primarily with our educational system. Our school district here in the city of Santa Ana receives something called LCAP funds, which are funds that help students have access to items that they normally wouldn't have had access to, such as instruments. They're able to go to different trips. They're able to have resources to help them compete with students from other districts, especially students from affluent districts. So I'm very proud to say that I'm a part of that district as well, because just this week, our Santa Ana High School, it's their first year that they created their speech team. And because we were able to start those students off as middle school students, fly them to Birmingham and compete at nationals where they won awards, now they're at the high school playing with the big boys. And they flew to Peoria, Illinois this last week. And in their very first tournament with an all-freshman squad, they finished first in that tournament. So I just want to say those are the kind of things that when we talk about our youth, if you put resources behind them and if you believe in them, they will shine. And those are the kind of things that we're starting to see in our district. So with that, I wish you a good night.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be quick with my comments because I have to give a summary update of our council committees that I chair, so I'll do that right after I give my comments. One, on the Pacific Electric Park, I know Director Moet came up here, talked about the grand opening of that park. I actually, it's in my ward, and so I just wanted to make sure I'm not present. I'm off on a retreat for a board that I sit on, and so wanted to ask the city manager and my colleagues if this is something that we worked on for many years alongside with our Parks and Rec department, and I would really like to be there. And so figuring out a time where there's some flexibility and making sure that I can be present and be greatly appreciated. Secondly, I just want to congratulate Councilman Tinajero. I know he just was congratulated, I think, a Teacher of the Year for something of that state of California. So congratulations to Councilman Tinajero on that recognition. And then as well, I had the opportunity to tour the Southwest Community Center, which is one of the two full-service pantries. And there's a lot more people beyond just the homeless people that are going hungry, and the visitations that they're receiving on a daily basis. And that pantry is over there on 4th Street and 2nd. And so just trying to figure out from the staff level as we move forward and trying to look at a citywide approach and how do we address the homeless issue, is looking at food access. And I know we always, because of the Civic Center, a lot of these churches want to come and donate food in the Civic Center. How do we get them to go to a pantry like Second Street and Forest, and being able to provide food there is another option that we should take a look at. And then I'm going to go off now here to the summary of the Economic Development Infrastructure Technology Committee that I chair, and we're all now starting to give updates, and so I want to provide an update. And when we last met, all committee members were present. The committee received an update from the city engineer, William Galvez, on the possible SB1 funding for city projects. The committee also received an update from the acting planning building agency director, Candida Neal, to review the city's entitlement review process. A draft report has been submitted to staff, who plans to discuss with the city manager. The committee also received a comprehensive first quarter budget update from the director of finance and management services, Francisco Gutierrez. The committee also received a short update on plans for the Special Garden Grove Santa Ana Joint Council Committee Willowwick Golf Course, which we all had a special council meeting yesterday together, which was very historic, and that presentation was provided by Mark Morley. Then as well, the committee received an update and presentation and recommendations related to small business, and particularly formation of worker cooperatives, from the CDA Economic Development Division Manager, Mark Morley, and also gave direction with our staff to work with the city attorney to draft the ordinance for council consideration. The committee also received a presentation from our Treasury and Customer Service Manager, William Holt, on the review of the city business license system and recommendation for next steps in updating the current system. And then finally, the committee received a presentation on a draft Affordable Housing Funds policy procedures from CDA Housing Division Manager Judson Brown, and asked for questions and follow-up. The item will return to EDBT on January 8th, and hopefully to council for recommendation. And that was what we reviewed in our committee, and we have another meeting coming up next month. And that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to close on behalf of two residents here in the city, folks that were part of the city family. One is Santa Police Department Communications Manager Tina Horner, and the other is Park Supervisor Joyce Faye Lawson. They both unfortunately passed away recently. They will be greatly missed by the city family. They were both great employees here. I know Tina, I believe, was retired, and they will be both sorely missed by friends here at City Hall, as well as their family members. So with that, this meeting is adjourned.